Good morning, welcome to Ponds Forge here in Sheffield for the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championship 2025. We are back, Matthew, we are back in the building once again for the final Swim England event of the year. And it's been a good year for the short course sessions. We've got a brilliant 4 days ahead. Matthew Nicholas alongside me. We've got some big names here this week.
Yes,
as well.
some huge names. This is always one of my absolute highlight meets of the year because it brings together some of the best swimmers in the country across England. We're going to have this morning appearances from Max Morgan and Greg Butler in the 100 metres breaststroke. Those are both huge names. And then the 50 flies, absolutely stacked. We've got Jacob Peters, Ed Mildred, Jamie Ingram and Josh Gammon. I mean, try and pick one amongst those. On the other side too, the para side of swimming, we have some massive names. They achieved 9 World Championship titles between them in the summer. Will Ellard and Poppy Maskill will both be in the pool a little bit later.
It's going to be good. And obviously we've got the heats. What are these heats feeding into, Matthew?
Yeah, the heats are obviously qualification for the finals tonight. There is an A final, a B final and a junior final in each of the events. Everybody, the top 10 swimmers go into the A final, the next 10 go into the B, irrespective of age, and then the top 10 swimmers that are then left, that are 17 and under, then make it through to that junior final.
They do indeed. And something a bit different this year as well, we've got Festive Merry and Blizzard Blast heats as well, some special heats hidden during the session where our winners of those heats will get some extra prizes as well to keep things festive and interesting as we go through the heat sessions across the 4 days. We are here at Ponds Forge though. The building looks ready, the people in the stands look ready as well, as we get towards the racing starting at 8:30 this morning.
Big time, number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime.
So welcome to Ponds Forge here in Sheffield for the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championships 2025. The pool is looking lovely today, and that is our session schedule for the heats this morning. The first of 4 days here in Sheffield. The open male MC 400 free and the female MC 400 metre free will be starting off proceedings. As we said in the introduction at the beginning of this one, paraswimmers, some big names in the competition today. Later on down the schedule, Max Morgan and Greg Butler taking part in the 100 metre breaststroke. Our third event, moving through some IMs, some flies, some freestyle, a big section of freestyle in the middle of the section, before we then move into the second half, the female 100 metre breaststroke, the open male MC 50 fly, and females as well, and then we finish off heat session number 1 with the open male 200 metre backstroke and the 100 metre IM. Some big names will be competing in the pool here at Ponds Forge. And we are nearly ready to bring our officials out underway. The team in the white shirts, obviously keeping things proceeding as we go through the 4 days. As they are applauded out on to poolside. As we were saying earlier on as well, some changes to this year's event. We've got the Festive Merry and Blizzard Blast heats, where people will be getting prizes if they win their heat. Something a little bit different this year. Some big prizes available as well. We'll be talking you through those as we go through the 4 days here in Sheffield, Ponds Forge International Sports Centre. So just seconds away from our first heat of the 4 days then. It will be the open male MC 400 metre freestyle. 3 athletes in this one. They come out onto poolside as we get things underway for the first time. Wherever you're watching, in the UK, around the world, buckle up because the competition is about to begin. Start this then. Corey Hare from Team Ipswich in lane 3, William Ellard for Manchester in 4, and Coventry's William Newton in lane 5. 3 swimmers in the first of our 2 heats for this 400 metre freestyle.
Three classifications for swimmers with a visual impairment, S11 through 13. Again, the same applies. Swimmers in the S11 classification have the most significant visual impairment, and athletes in the S13 classification have the least significant visual impairment, and then athletes in the S14 classification have an intellectual impairment. That means they may struggle with things like pattern recognition, they may struggle with pacing, with counting lengths in a 400-meter event like this. 16 lengths to the pool, of course, in a 400 free. Now, Will Allard is a multiple world champion. He took 4 World Championship gold medals in Singapore at the World Paraswimming Championships earlier this year. He's 200-meter freestyle world champion, and we'll see him race the 200 freestyle a little bit later on this morning. Both the 400 free and the 200 free in the same session for the para swimmers. Now, as we move on to Heat 2, you'll start to see different classifications at play. And when these swimmers finish, on the screen, whether you're looking here at Ponds Forge above our heads, on that huge screen, or whether you're looking online on the Swim England YouTube channel, you'll see a point score pop up alongside a time. Now, those points are really important because they decide who qualifies for the final tonight. Only 10 spots available in each final. The top 10 highest point scores will progress through to the final, rather than the top 10 fastest times. The points are based on how close you get to the fastest time in the world in the last, say, 2 years. That would be 1,000 points. So you go faster than that, you're going to score more than 1,000 points. That'll be a fantastic score. Anything over about 750 is generally considered to be a world-class point score. And now we're coming on to the final 50 for Will Allard of Manchester Performance Centre in lane 4. Turns there in 3:30.23. Well, we have to keep half an eye here on some of these records. 3:59.8 is the British record. The world record actually sits a little bit slower than that. 4:02 is the world record. Now, I'm not sure that Will's going to break that in the heats this morning. He might do, you know. Actually, in he comes. How fast is this going to be from Will Allard? 4:79. Well, that is a world record this morning in the first heat at the Swim England Short Course Championships. That is a world record from Will Allard to start the morning off. What a way to do it, Will. In style. William Newton goes into second place there. He scores 735. 988 points from Will Allard, I can tell you, is almost certainly not going to get beaten by anyone in this heat or next. Of course, it won't be in this heat because they're all in the same classification. Corey Hare finishes there for 44.08. That's 601 points. And that result is confirmed. Well, give him a huge round of applause. A new world record set in Heat 1 of the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championships. Give it up for Will Allard. This is Heat 2. Now, off comms, the wonderful JP just asked me a very important question. Will just broke a world record there, but he didn't score 1,000 points. How does that happen? Well, it's because loosely we tell you that 1,000 points equals a world record. Actually, it's calculated on the fastest times. Now, although that is absolutely, by all rights, a world record for Will, he has been faster. It's not a PB. And because he's been faster at meets that aren't able to recognize world records, therefore it doesn't score the 1,000 points. So 988 is very close to 1,000 without going over, but that's how you can end up in a situation where he breaks a world record, but he doesn't actually PB because he has to do it at a meet where everything is, of course, above board, everything is signed off, everything is done to the letter of the law. We're on to Heat 2 now of the Open Male Multi-Class 400 meters freestyle, and now we start to see a variance in classifications. So first of all, in lane 0, you've got Tyler Clark from Richmond Dales. He's an S14 swimmer, as is Ashton Platts of Dover Lifeguard in lane 1. Remember, the S14 athletes have the intellectual impairments. Max Davies in lane 2 of Works Up Dolphins is an S8 athlete. That means he has a physical impairment, as does Owen Johnson of Repton in lane 3, but he is an S10 swimmer, so his physical impairment will not impact his swimming ability as much as it might Max Davies in lane 2. Hopefully you're starting to get the gist of this. Jason van der Merwe goes in lane 4 for Newell. He's S14, so also an intellectually impaired athlete. Kieran Williams of Manchester's in lane 5. He's S10. You've got a few S9s in a row. Lewis Jones in 6 for the Uni of Birmingham, Jamie Curtis in 7 for the City of Bristol, and Nihal Vim for the City of Coventry in lane 8. They're all in the S9 classification. And then Bruce D in lane 9 is in the S6 classification. Jason van der Merwe leads in the centre. Remember, he is in that S14 classification, so the same class as Will Ellard in the previous heat, who broke the world record. Remember again that we're looking for the top 10 point scores to qualify for the final. And you'll start to see how the points come into play. Because he's swimming in the lowest classification here, Bruce D in lane 9 will finish in last place, almost certainly. However, he will score more points than those who finish around him because he's in that lower classification. So you'll start to get a feel for how the points work and how we'll progress through all of these para heats. All of the para events this week have a heat and a final, no matter the number of entries. This is the finish here for Jason van der Merwe, touches there in 4:11.29. So that's 869 points for Jason van der Merwe. 747 there for Kieran Williams in 4:18.42. And then this will be the finish for lane 3 as well. Owen Johnson of Repton. Now he's in the S10 class. He scores 631 points. So Johnson in 3 and Williams in 5 are in the same classification. So those point scores are relatable. 682 for Lewis Jones. Remember, anything over 750 considered world class. So Kieran Williams right on that margin with that performance in the heats this morning. Max Davis goes 7:28, which is impressive. I think anyone in the 700s should be able to make it through to the final. 10 swimmers will make it through and 3 will just miss out. $525 points confirmed there for Nihal Vim. Tyler Clark scores 440. And then here comes Bruce D of Manchester Performance Centre on the far side. He scores 648. with a 5:26.60. So that result will be confirmed as official any moment. Our wonderful team of officials just making sure that everything is all tickety-boo. Now, I've added something a little bit extra to our championships this year. JP, talk to me about these festive heats.
Yeah, we've got some festive Merry and Blizzard Blast heats this year, which means that in those heats, the winner of the heat will actually get himself an extra prize, something else to be competitive for. We're keeping an eye for them across the session. There'll be 2 randomly selected, so we will just wait to find out when they will come. They could come at any time, Matthew.
Yeah, absolutely, could come at any time. Really adds to the level of excitement. Okay, let's move on to our next little bit. This is the female multi-classification 400 meters freestyle heats. We start with heat 1. Two heats of the female multi-class 400 meters freestyle to bring you this morning. Lana Crisp goes in lane 3 here. Lena Crisp goes in lane 3 here for Norwich Swan. It is Brooklyn Hale of Cockermouth in lane 4, and Rebecca Hardy-Bishop of Jersey goes in lane 5. This is our first visually impaired athlete that we are seeing this morning. So Rebecca Hardy-Bishop swims in the S12 classification. Remember, I said in the first heat this morning, there are 3 classifications for visually impaired athletes. S11 athletes have the most severe visual impairment. They have no vision at all, and they swim with blacked out goggles. S12 athletes have still a severe visual impairment, but less severe than an S11 athlete may have, and then S13 athletes, again, less severe than an S12 athlete may have. You'll notice that Rebecca Hardy-Bishop in lane 5 is using tappers. So at the end of her lane, a coach or a team manager will tap just on the back or just on the back of the head, and that just lets her know exactly where the wall is and when to turn. S12s and S13s don't have to have tappers. S11 athletes have to have tappers. So there are some S12, S13s that will swim without them, but they have the option of swimming with them. more than halfway through this first heat of the female multi-class 400 meters freestyle, and a clear lead here from Brooklyn Hale of Cockermouth in lane 4. 15 years old. In lane 3, by the way, Lena Crisp of Norwich Swan is only 12. So really just starting her para journey. Often athletes aren't able to get classified until they're 10 or 11. So for Lena to already be at a standard where she's qualified for a national championships is certainly impressive. Into the final 100 meters now. One more turn to come at the scoreboard end. As Brooklyn Hale of Cockermouth takes that turn well ahead. Again, though, remember, we're not looking for time, we're looking for points. It's the top 10 point scores. Again, there is a full second heat. Almost full second heat. I lied, there's no lane 9, so there are 9 swimmers. So a total of 12. That means that 2 swimmers will not qualify for the final tonight. Final length then for Brooklyn Hale of Cockermouth. Lifetime best from her is a 4:55. She's not going to be a million miles outside that. Might even be under it. 4:55.63 is her PB. Takes the wall there in a time to be confirmed. Lane 3, Lena Crisp, about to come into the wall too. So Brooklyn Hale's times now come up. 4:53.9 is a new lifetime best from her and scores 845 points, which is a really decent point score. That is definitely considered to be a world-class time. 663 for Lena Crisp and 632 for Rebecca Hardy-Bishop. Massive new PB, by the way, for Lena Crisp. 10 seconds. That result's now official, both on the stream and the screen.
It is time then for the first of our festive special heats across this year's competition. It is time for our festive merry heats. As we said, each day of the 4 days of competition, there'll be 2 heats where the winning swimmer will get themselves an extra prize to walk away with. This is the first of the 2 today. All of them have been randomly selected, so we will find out who wins this one as we hand it over to Matthew.
This is Heat 2. Second heat, a female multi-class 400 meters freestyle is away and racing. 9 athletes in the pool this time. Nancy Jubb of Team Bath goes in lane 0. It's Lauren Pettit from Poole in lane 1. Amy Chullerton, City of Manchester, is in lane 2. Stephanie Booth of the Borough of Kirklees in 3. Tara Beard from Maxwell's in 4. Emily Higgs of Newport Pagnell in 5. Kiara Fellone of Ramsbottom goes in 6. Tia Johnson of Devent goes in lane 7. And Iona Winifrith of Tonbridge is in lane 8. Again, the middle lanes here, mainly made up of the S14 athletes. Those are the intellectually impaired athletes. Tara Beard, Emily Higgs and Kiara Fallone, all in the S14 classification, as is Amy Chullerton in lane 2. A couple of S10s, Lauren Pettit in 1 and Stephanie Booth in 3 are both in the S10 classification, as is Tia Johnson actually down in lane 7. And then flanking the heat. Nancy Jubb in 0 is S6, and Iona Winifred in 8 is S7. So Jubb in the lowest classification. Iona Winifred in lane 7, definitely in lane 7, sorry, in lane 8 is definitely an up-and-coming athlete, up-and-coming star. Only 14 years old, and yet already has both a Paralympic and World Silver medal to her name. Took both of those in the 100 metres breaststroke, and breaststroke very much her forte, though has a decent individual medley as well. Took bronze in Singapore at the World Championships in the SM7 200 IM. Tara Beat well ahead at the moment. 845 points was the top point score in the previous heat. That was from Brooklyn Hale. Any advance on 845? I mean, that's going to be a tough point score to beat here. So remember, this is our festive merry heat. There is a prize up for grabs on this heat. The winner of the heat will receive a prize. A Christmas present, if you will. And that, of course, will be the person that scores the most points on this heat. This is the last 25 metres now for Tara Beard of Maxwell in lane number 4. She's got only 10 left to swim. Lifetime best for her is a 4:43.10. She's going to be a little bit outside that this morning. 4:47.15, 795 points for the 15-year-old from Maxwell. So can anyone beat 795 and claim the festive prize? 689 for Emily Higgs. There's a finish for Amy Chullerton in 659. So still 795, the highest points total. Stephanie Booth goes 627. A finish there for Tia Johnson with 569. Chiara Falone 556. So still Tara Beard way up there with that 795 point score. Now just watch Iona Winifred. I feel that as an S7 athlete, she will have a higher point score given her lower classification. Can it go anywhere near 795? 693. Well, she's 100 outside. That's still going to be the second highest point score that we see, but it's not enough to dethrone Tara Beard. I don't think that Nancy Jubb will get quite that high, but we'll see. A couple more meters for her to go. And touches there in 669. Well, it's decent. It'll put her in the top few, but not the top one. So the swimmers will clear the pool, and we'll just wait for the result to be confirmed, which it already has been. So Tara Beard is confirmed as our first festive Merry Heat prize winner. 795 points she scores there. And Our next event is the Open Male 100 metres breaststroke heats. We start with Heat 1.
Away we go for the first of our 11 heats then in the Open Male 100 metre breaststroke. Our third event of a very full heat session to start the 4 days here at Ponds Forge. In lane 2, Noah Willen for Borough of Waltham Forest. Lane 3, Joshua Jones for West Norfolk. Kyle Myers in lane 4 for the City of Bradford. Portsmouth North Sea's Harry Back in lane 5. Theo Buntlet for Nuneaton and Bedworth in 6. Lucas Carroll-Jones in 7 for Bournemouth. Looking pretty close as they come down for 50 metres. Harry Mack leads the way. 31.09 seconds with 50 to go. All 6 of our swimmers coming in with a heat time of 67 seconds. 5 of them, their PBs as they record those times. The final 25 metres, they turn into the final 10. And it looks to be Harry Mack who continues ahead of this one, a metre or so ahead of the rest. The time, 105.49 seconds. Joshua Jones just behind, 106.15. Kai Mayers in third for this first heat. We're going to await those official results, of course. They are confirmed as we move on to heat number 2. A reminder for swimmers, team managers and coaches, all withdrawals for tomorrow's session need to be in by 12 o'clock today. So if you are not swimming on day 2, those withdrawals will be closing at 12 o'clock. For now though, 9 swimmers in the pool for heat number 2. Benjamin Audial in lane 0 for Camden Swiss Cottage. Logan Warburton in 1 for Preston. City of Salford's Matthew Yang in 2. Zachary Drayson in 3 for Derby Excel. Lucas Sanders in 4 for Sevenoaks. Samuel Aquatics Eden Edward in 5, George Pearce for the City of Liverpool in 6, Kieran in 7 for Peterborough, and Liverpool Dolphins, Simon Pichecki in 8. Already 75 of the 100 left to go in the breaststroke. They will turn for home one last time. Logan Warburton with a good turn there into the final 25 metres. Lucas Sanders also swimming well. Times will tumble as we go through the heats, pretty much neck and neck. 24th hundredths between our fastest 3 in that one. There's Portugal down in lane 0. He finished first at 105.36 seconds. Quarter of a second between Warburton and Sanders in 2nd and 3rd. Those results now official, and we move on to heat number 3. A full pool this time around, all 10 lanes in action. Lane 0, Joseph Storr for City of Coventry. Anthony Ward in 1 for Hackney Anaconda. Marion Nath in 2 for Corby. Winning Districts, Aaron Varia in 3. Harry Meakin in 4 for Biddulph. Max Higgins in lane 5 for Reeds. Perez Donnelly in 6 for Basingstoke Bluefins. Benjamin Greenslade in 7 for Tiverton. Watford's Chan Ho Chan in 8. And Charlie Calf in lane 9 for Guildford City. Halfway through, Max Higgins ahead, 30.12 the split time. 44 hundredths ahead of Ian Nath in 2nd. As Donnelly rounds out the top 3 with 50 done, 50 left to go, now at 25. Strong push off the wall from Max Higgins, 17-year-old swimmer from Reeds down in Cobham in Surrey. Really a good finish, but the rest of the field trying to close up. What will be the fastest time in heat number 3? It will be Arian Nath. Takes it right at the end by 3 hundredths, 5 hundredths between the top 3. Nath, Higgins and Meakin finishing first. The fastest time, 105.07 seconds. Still 8 more heats to go in this open male 100-metre breaststroke. And of course, for our finals later on, 3 finals in each event. Those results now official, and we can move on to heat number 4. Heat number 4 of 11 then. Paul Page in lane 0 for Hinckley. Bridlington's Blake Price in 1, Billy Fu in 2 for Stockport Metro. Malcolm Beasley in 3 for Manchester Aquatics. Noah Dobson in 4 for Mid-Sussex Marlins. Team Ipswich Swimming's Charlie Ruddle in 5. Harry Robinson in 6 for Reeds. Thomas O'Brien for Stockport Metro in 7. Rushton's Mark Huntov in 8. And Connor Fleck in lane number 9. It's Mark Huntov who turned first at the halfway stage. These heats pretty close, very competitive. Of course, the seed times dictate who goes where. 7 tenths between the 10 of them coming into this heat. When we come to the end of it, it is going to be Mark Huntov who is first, 103.84 seconds. 38 tenths ahead of Connor Fleck in lane 9 next to him. Charlie Ruddle, a good time there as well, under the 65 mark. Those results are official. We will move on to heat number 5. Underway we go again. Ji Yang Yang in lane 0 for Abingdon Vale. Harry West in 1 for Bristol and South Gloucestershire. Chelmsford City's Rhys Burns in lane 2. George Upton in lane 3 for Coventry. Derby excels Eden Saint in lane 4. Francesco Calvajosa in 5 for Loughborough Town. Mount Kelly Swimming in 6 for Joseph Bale. In lane 7, Roger Davis for Bristol and South Gloucestershire. Benjamin Roberts in 8 for Grantham, and in lane 9 Lewis Dickinson for Nuneaton and Bedworth. A reminder for those of you in the crowds, if we can please ensure that no whistles are blown during the events or during the start sequences, in order to give our swimmers the best opportunity. Make sure there's no confusion. Our 10 swimmers make their way to return for home once again. The first split time under 30 seconds in this one. And it's going to be close at the front of this. Rhys Burns going well, Benjamin Roberts going well, the 3 of them. Francesco Cavahosa are the first three to finish, but it is Benjamin Roberts, 103.83 seconds. 16-year-old recording the fastest time in the heat. That is now confirmed. We can move on to heat number 6. Once again, if we can please ask all coaches and spectators not to use whistles in the venue during the start sequences or during the races. Thank you. Heat 6 of 11 halfway through these for the open 100-metre breaststroke. Austin Kelly in lane 0 for Skipton. Nathan Check in lane 1 for Team Bath. In lane 2, Samuel Hall for Guildford City. City of Birmingham's Caden Hitchens in lane 3. David Gillespie in 4 for Hamilton. Wickham District's Adam Malif in 5. It was Andrews in lane 6 for the University of Birmingham. Life Barracudas in 7 with Finley Lowe. In lane 8, Lackner Myers for Leander, and Ralph Allen in lane 9 for Abingdon Vale. It's Finley Lowe who was the fastest through the first 50. In lane 7. And looking pretty good as well as they come into the final few metres. Adam Arif in lane 5, competitive, as is Nathan Chook, who will finish second. It is Finley Lowe who finishes first, though. 103.74 seconds for the Blythe Barracuda swimmer. Strong swim all the way through. That result is official. Heat 7 coming up next. The buzzer sounds, the 10 of them are away for heat number 7. Lucas Lovell in lane 0 for Portsmouth North Sea. Millfield's Henry Guppy in lane 1. Lucas Carter in lane 2 for Swington Dolphin. Edward Ormsby in lane 3 for City of Cambridge. Windsor's Thomas Williams in 4. Charlie Rogers in 5 for Basildon and Phoenix. Bromley's Finley Gillam in 6. Patrick D in 7 for Coventry. Cameron McQuaid in 8 for University of Birmingham. Jaden Lowe in 9 for Derby Excel. It's Finley Gillam who turns first, 29.17 seconds, 6 of them turning under the 30. Very close to the split times here as well, 8 tenths between 6 of them at the halfway stage. Good push off the wall for Finley Gillam in lane 6. He is ahead of the rest. He was ahead at 50. He's going to be ahead at the end as well into these final few metres. No one else is going to be able to catch him up. It's eyes to the time, 102.30. Thomas Williams in second, decorated swimmer in this event. Combined by 66 hundredths. Edward Ormsby rounds out the 3 fastest finishes in heat number 7. Those results confirmed. We move on to heat number 8. In lane 0, Frederick Jutoff for Guildford City. In lane 1, William Irvine for Mount Kelly. In lane 2 is Leroy Sheaf for Redditch. In lane 3, Frederick Beasley for Poole. In lane 4, Saxon Minto swimming for Chelmsford City. In lane 5, King Sam Liu for City of Salford. In lane 6, Newcastle Swim Team's Nicholas Land. Emma Thethy in 7 for Rushden. In lane 8 is James McGettigan for Thurrock, and City of Norwich's Tyler Stone in lane 9. James McGettigan has the edge, 29.14 seconds. 28 hundredths up from Saxon Minto in second. William Irvine in third at the moment in lane 1. Some regional champions and Swim England champions in the past in this heat. It shows how competitive we're getting as we get towards the tail end of the heats in this event. And it's looking close in those middle lanes as they come down. Saxon Minto might just have the edge to the wall. Frederick Beasley takes it, 102.64. King Tamlu in second. Saxon Minto falls to third right at the end there. Less than 4 tenths between the fastest 3 finishers. Those times now official. Heat 9 on the way. Heat number 9, and our swimmers away strong in lane 0. Pogachev for University of Nottingham. In lane 1, Tyler Toombs for Novus Centurion. Lane 2, Simon Robson for York City Baths. Lane 3, Rohan Smith for City of Sheffield. Finn Kemp in lane 4 for Loughborough University. Mount Kelly's Adam Bradley in 5. Candy Cheegan in 6 for University of Birmingham. Kynal Nunes Smith in 7 for City of Manchester. Alexander Corver for University of Bath in 8, and Rhys Dodd for Bristol and South Gloucestershire in 9. Adam Bradley for Mount Kelly, the 18-year-old swimmer, the head of the pack at 50. They take the turn and on the way back, and Adam Bradley in one of those yellow lanes. A couple of metres ahead of the rest. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be under a minute as well for Adam Bradley, 59.11 seconds. A strong swim. Rohan Smith, 60.09. Finn Kemp in third with a 60.34 seconds, but we are under the minutes in Heat 9. That result is confirmed. We move on to Heat 10. Penultimate heats, number 10 of the 11. As we try to get into those 30 places across those 3 finals, which each of our events will have across this competition. Wilfred Lee in lane 0 for Millfield. Edward Robinson in 1 for Chelsea and Westminster. Loughborough Performance Centre's Joe Litchfield in lane 2. Pravin Mahendra Kumar in 3 for Bromley. Gregory Butler in 4 for Loughborough Performance Centre. Loughborough University's Alexander Casey in 5. Charlie Joe Hallett in 6 for Plymouth College. City of Sheffield's Ryan Griffiths in 7, Jeremiah Carnegie in 8 for Repton, and Jose Rodriguez for Millfield in lane 9. Gregory Butler, 27 and some spare change. The split at 50 metres. And Gregory Butler, he's going to be the fastest in the heat, almost a body length ahead of Alexander Casey in the lane next to him. Good couple of metres ahead. The time, 58.70 seconds for Butler. Casey in second, 60.14. And Hallett manages to close it right up to 100th behind, 60.15 for the Plymouth College Aquatics swimmer. Gregory Butler was first to the wall. That confirmed. One more heat left to go. This is Heat 11. The final heats then, the final 10 swimmers vying for their place in the finals. Noah Wheeler in lane 0 for Wickham. In lane 1, Benslau in 1 for City of Birmingham. Christian Ryan in 2 for University of Bath. In lane 3, William Tonks for Repton. Max Morgan Fareed's the reigning champion in lane 4. Samuel Neild in 5 for the University of Birmingham. Luke Gibson for Loughborough University Swimming in 6. William Godsell in 7 for University of Bath. City of Peterborough's Josh Zachary in 8. And Jamie Steadman in lane 9 for Bristol and South Gloucestershire. It is Max Morgan who is ahead of the rest. The 17-year-old swimmer swimming for Reed Swimming Club in Cobham. In that yellow lane 4. A well-paced swim will want to get the fastest time and get into the finals later. 58.72 seconds for Max Morgan. Samuel Neild in lane 5 takes second fastest finisher. Luke Ibsen also there. And Max Morgan, just 2 100ths between him and Greg Butler in tonight's final. It's going to be an interesting final. Those results now official, which means we can move on to our next event. It's our 4th one today. It's the female 200-metre individual medley. This is heat number 1.
This is heat 1. Fourth event of the morning, female 200 metres individual medley. 2 lengths of each of the 4 strokes, fly, back, breast and freestyle. Of course, we know the order by now. Emily Ainsworth Fletcher goes in lane 3 for Winchester, and Isabella Thanasoulis goes in lane 4 for Willesden. Both swimmers aged 16. Now, remember, we're not too fussed about age groups at this competition. There are 30 places available in finals. 10 of them guaranteed for swimmers aged 17 and under. So the top 10 swimmers, irrespective of age, make it through to the A final. The next 10 swimmers, irrespective of age, make it through to the B final. And then the next 10 swimmers aged 17 and under make it through to the junior final. That does mean that the fastest juniors will be in the A final, most likely. And there's also precedence then given for the junior medals to the higher finals. So if there are 3 juniors in the A final, they are going to get gold, silver and bronze, depending on where they place within that final. Of course, all of the finals action gets underway from 5 o'clock tonight. Of course, we wouldn't want you to head anywhere and miss any of the heat action this morning, but if you do, then make sure you are back in your seats here at Ponds Forge, ready for those finals at 5 o'clock tonight. Lane 3, well off ahead now. Emily Ainsworth Fletcher from Winchester. Lifetime best for her sits at a 2:22.4. Closing the gap a little bit, actually. Now is lane 4, Isabella Thanasoulis, but she won't catch Ainsworth Fletcher. 2:20.60, 2 seconds faster than her entry time. In fact, both drop nearly that much off their previous bests. 2:21.32 for Thanasoulis. And there's the official result for you. Ainsworth confirmed as the fastest in Heat 1. Next is Heat 2. Female 200 metres IM Heat 2 has taken to the water. Joanne Andrews of Ellesmere's in 1, Aurelia Wawa of Repton in 2, Amelia Wright of Harrogate's in 3, Iris Hurst of Warrington in 4. Basildon and Phoenix have got Chloe Bernard in 5. 6 is Olivia Robbins for the City of Birmingham. 7 is Minnie Wilkinson for Wantage White Horses. And Poppy Nutman of Tadcaster is in lane 8. Minnie Wilkinson down in lane 7, the youngest in this heat, aged only 13. And that's the halfway turn already. 65.4 for Chloe Barnard of Basildon to turn in first place. Will she get caught as we take to the breaststroke 50? Entry time for Bernard is a 2:21.7. Well, we've already seen a 2:20 this morning. There are 9 heats in total of this 200 medley. The top 30 marked by a 2:18, so it doesn't take a lot really to put yourself in finals contention. If you're a junior athlete and you go under 2:18, every chance you can make it into a final. Good breaststroke leg from Olivia Robbins from the City of Birmingham. 2:21.9, her entry time. As both Chloe Bernard in 5 and Iris Hurst in 4 giving chase. And very close on the finish. Lane 6 did get it, 2:20.52. Amelia Wright, 2:20.58, so only 6/100ths of a second between first and second in the end. Chloe Bernard goes 2:21.4 to take third place. Just waiting on that result to be confirmed as official. At the minute, as I said, Olivia Robbins in first place, 2:20.52. And Amelia Wright second, 2:20.58, with Chloe Bernard in third place. All of the people that you see in white around the pool making the sport happen. Volunteers giving up their time this weekend. Olivia Robbins confirmed there as the official winner, 2:25.2, that winning time, and the fastest we've seen so far this morning. This is Heat 3. Heat 3 of 9 of the female 200 metres individual medley. It's Evie Cutter of Wigan in 0, Martina Karabach for Camden in 1, Holly Gent of City Leicester in 2, Maisie Fisher for Millfield in 3, 4 is Summer Everson for Watford in 5, it's Lily Green of Mount Kelly, Charlotte Sorrell for the City of Birmingham in 6, Olivia Taylor Leamington Spa in 7, Jessica Hill for Tiverton's in 8, and Heidi Corbett Guildford City is in lane number 9. Martina Karabach flying ahead on the backstroke 50, turns in first place, 63.87. A second and a half ahead of Heidi Corbett in lane 9. And you can see how IMs particularly can just be all over the pool. Just because you have the fastest seed time does not mean you're guaranteed to be leading throughout the whole race. Lane 8 starting to look really strong now. This is Jessica Hill of Tiverton, 15-year-old swimmer. She's now in the lead. That breaststroke 50 was a 39.46 and by far the fastest in the field. In fact, only she and Lily Green in lane 5, and Charlotte Sorrell in lane 6 dropped underneath 40 seconds. Last 12.5 meters. And at the moment, continuing to lead is Jessica Hill of Tiverton in lane 8. Heidi Corbett in lane 9, pushing it on a little bit. It is Hill that touches first, 2:19.68. Heidi Corbett goes 2:20.10. Puts her in second place with Holly Gent, City of Leicester in 2:20.54 down in lane 2. The official result nice and quick there and confirmed on the screen for you. This is heat 4. Heat 4 at a female 200 IM. Ella McDermott's in 0, Erin Perman in 1 for City of Leeds and Exeter City. Riley Ackroyd of Mount Kelly's in 2, Olivia O'Mahony of Cockermouth in 3, Amy Fielding of Camden Swiss goes in 4, Charlotte Cope, Guildford City in 5, Malika Azana Ball, City of Leeds in 6, Niamh Savory for Newcastle in 7, Charlotte Gower, City of Cov in lane 8, and Isabel Price, City of Birmingham, is in lane 9. So again, just looking through the heats, I do think if you're a junior athlete, so if you're 17 and under, and you were into the 2:17s, you've got a real shot at making a final. That's certainly based on paper. Of course, we'll see how fast the actual heats prove to be. Lane 3 is leading at the minute. Olivia O'Mahony from Cockermouth, age 17, so does fall within that junior age group. Lane 5 starting to turn on the gas a little bit. Charlotte Cope for Guildford City, 18 years old, so she needs to be within the top 20 overall times because she isn't eligible for that junior final. Last 25 meters to swim. And Olivia O'Mahony just about holding off Charlotte Cope as we come into the final few strokes. It will be O'Mahony that finishes in first place. 2:17.66 now. I said a 2:17 would possibly be enough for a final. That could be our first final qualifier. That Olivia O'Mahony, 2:17.66. She'll have to wait until all the swimmers have been through before she'll know for sure. But she may just sneak into a junior final with that time. 2:19.0 for Charlotte Cope of Guildford City and 2:20.0 for Niamh Savory of Newcastle. They're your top 3. Still 5 more heats to bring you. The result confirmed now for Heat 4 with a disqualification in lane 7. Just changed the top 3. Erin Perman now moves into that 3rd place. This is Heat 5. Matilda Boyce goes in lane 0 for Bracknell and Wokingham. It's Lydia Shipley and Middlesbrough in 1. Nadia Lim for Hamilton Aquatics goes in 2. Ellie McLeod of Woking's in 3. Freya Gordon for Halsmere in 4. Margarita Stoimanova of Newell goes in 5. Asta Maddox for Millfields in 6. It's Clementine Lovell of Mount Kelly in 7. Chloe Butler of Norwich in lane 8. And Lexi O'Connor for Basildon and Phoenix is in lane 9. Now, if you're following along with a start list in hand, you may notice the letters OS next to Nadia Lim. That means she's an overseas athlete. She is not eligible for medals in the normal way. There are commemorative medals on offer for the overseas athletes. And there is a cap on 2 qualifying for the A final. They can qualify for the other 2 finals, though. Already onto the last 50, it's Margarita Stoimanova who leads for Newell, age 16, in lane 5. Remember, the fastest time I've seen so far is a 1:17 mid. We think that may be enough to be considered for a final here, though of course if 4 swimmers in this heat go 1:17, then that's going to be out of the question. Final 5 for lane 4. Freya Gordon of Halsmere will finish first, 2:17.71. That's not quite as fast as the winner of the previous heat, Olivia Omani. So Gordon first in 2:17.71. Second there is Nadia Lim in a 2:18.5. And then Margarita Stoimanova just behind, 2:18.77. That result's official and on your screens for you now. Heat 6. This and then 3 more heats to come in the female 200 medley. It's Hazel Ann Carter in lane 1 for Wickham. Gisela Solano for Guildford's in 2. Amelie Spicer for Bristol and South Gloucestershire is in lane 3. Matilda Ransom, University of Bath in 4. Anna Farr for Loughborough University in 5. Janie Finch, City of Leicester, goes in lane 6. It's Darcy Platts for the City of Leicester in 7. Tara Alul goes in lane 8 for Hamilton Aquatics, and lane 9 is Sophie King for Mount Kelly. Swimmers, coaches, team managers, please can we ensure that we refrain from the throwing of medicine balls during the start of races. You're fine to throw them when the races are ongoing. I don't mind at all, but just at the start, when you hear the whistles, please make sure that you refrain from throwing any medicine balls. Halfway turn, and Anna Farr leads the 18-year-old Loughborough Uni student in lane 5. So these swimmers placed 31 to 40th, 31st to 40th in the programme. And the fastest time we've seen so far is a 1:17.5. This heat will kind of determine whether that 1:17.5 makes the final. On to the last 50 metres. 50 metres of freestyle, and Hazel Ann Carter of Wickham going very nicely in lane 1. It's her last 25 metres already. Only challenge really coming from lane 8. That's Tara Alul of Hamilton. It is going to be Hazel Ann Carter, and it's going to be rapid. 2:17.15 for Hazel Ann Carter. Well, she'd entered on a 2:19.1, so she's just taken 2 seconds off her entry time. 2:17.1. I think that'll be enough for a junior final. I think she's pretty much guaranteed a spot now. 2:18.8 for Tara Alul. Matilda Ransom 2:19.4. So that's the new fastest time. 2:17.1 from Hazel Ann Carter confirmed as we move on to Heat 7. Fruka Ludwig goes in lane 0 for Loughborough in 1. It's Jessica Medlicott of Dunstable, Lily Freeman, Derby Extels in 2, Lois Child of Harrogate's in 3, Phoebe Cooper for the City of Sheffield in 4, Inez Guimond-Beetham, Camden Swiss is in 5, Lydia Caudle of Repton in 6, lane 8 is Jasmine Hall for Basildon, and lane 9 is Petra Varga for Wirral Metro. It's Inez Guimond-Beetham who leads here, 1:02.98 at the halfway turn. These swimmers now expected to final. Go underneath 1:17.1 as a junior, and you're guaranteed a place in the final now. The senior standard sort of won't be set until this heat. Breast to freestyle turn, and Inez Guimond-Beetham. Bear in mind, she will be the 6th fastest seed into the competition. This is the first of the cyclical heats. That means that Phoebe Cooper is the 3rd fastest entrant, Inez Guimond-Beetham the 6th. Despite there being 3 places between them, you wouldn't think it from this performance at all. Inez Guimond-Beetham has an entry time of 2:12.87. She's going to be right on that this morning. 2:12.54, just dips underneath her entry time. 2:15.3 for Lydia Caudle of Repton to finish in 2nd place. She's only 15 years old. and yet that time is likely to be in the A final. Phoebe Cooper 2:16.0. There's the official result already for Heat 7. 2 more heats to bring you of this female 200 medley. This is Heat 8. Eighth heat of the female 200 medley is in the water. Lacey Roberts of Plymouth College is in lane 0. Holly Wayman for Repton in 2. It's Anna Farrow, University of Bath in 3. Candice Hall, City of Sheffield in 4. Matilda Potter for City of Leeds in 5. Katie Lee for the City of Salford is in lane 6. Annabelle Cook, City of Sheffield in 7. 8 is Amelia Oliver for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Lane 9 is Catherine Williams for Wickham District. Rest of freestyle turn as Candice Hall for the City of Sheffield leads comfortably. 28-year-old swimmer racing in her home pool. Matilda Potter trying to give chase in lane 5, but this looks like a comfortable swim from the Sheffield athlete in lane 4. Potter will have closed the gap somewhat over this last 50. This is going to be a faster 50 freestyle swim for Potter than it was Hall. Hall finishes there 2:12.31, nice and comfortable. 2:13.7 for Matilda Potter, who really worked that last 50, came back in 31.4. Katie Lee at 2:17.17 puts her in 3rd place. There is the official result for Heat 8. Heat 9 is coming up next. Heat 9 of the female 200 medley. It's Madison Wrens in 0 for the City of Liverpool. Izzy Blackhurst for the Union of Birmingham's in 1. Isabel Lee is in 2 for the Union of Nottingham. Charlotte Robinson for Loughborough Union 3. Leah Schlosschen for Manchester Performance Centres in 4. It's 5 belonging to Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson's Amelie Smith. Holly Hopwood of Guildford City's in 6. Sophie Davies of Millfields in 7. Sophie Moore, Cambridge University, is in lane 8. And Alicia Massey of the Uni of Surrey is in lane 9. So Candice Hall in the previous heat, the fastest time we've seen so far, 2:12.3. Ines Guiman Beetham is only a quarter of a second behind, but bear in mind how relaxed Hall was through the last 100. Emily Smith of Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. Multiple British representations for the youngster in lane 5. Raced out at both the European and World Juniors this year. Halfway turn, Leah Schlossen holding Smith off. With a strong breaststroke leg, 36.9, her 50 breaststroke split that. Incredibly close, this final heat of the 200 medley, with Emily Smith now starting to lead. Didn't want to pick a winner there at all. Emily Smith got that, 2:10.66, and Leah Schlossen 2:10.96. They will go through into lane 4 and 5 of the final tonight, and they'll go through 2 seconds clear of anybody else. Holly Hopwood finishes in 3rd. The official result already there for Heat 9. Next up will be the open male 50 metres butterfly heats. Very soon we'll start with Heat 1.
On to the first heat of 11 then for the open male 50 metre fly. It's blink and you'll miss it racing with these heats as always. 7 swimmers in the pool. Hosier in lane 1, Portlock in 2, Hill in 3, Wilson in 4, Osborne in 5, Hill in 6 and Black in lane 7. And already that first one underway. It is Ernest Hill sets the first fastest time of the heats, 25.61 seconds. The Reed swimmer, Max Hosier in 2nd and Tarek Black in 3rd for the first heat. 25.61 becomes that time to beat. Results are official, means we can move on to heat number 2. Heat number 2 of 11. Remember, we are still keeping an ear out for our Blizzard Blitz race, which will take part at some point in our 2 heat sessions today. Chance for the winning swimmer to take a prize away with them. For now, it's Molnar, Henwood, Shanker, Owen, Rika, Ambler, Gironella, Kravchenko, Moore and Bacon. Into the final 5 metres, and it's so close between everybody. It will be Danila Kravchenko first to the wall, 25.87 seconds. A 10th ahead of Sam Pajolka in 2nd and Alfie Ambler in 3rd. That time now confirmed for Heat 2, Heat 3 on the way. Our first heat with all the swimmers sub 26 seconds for their seeding time. McCullen in 0, Tootle in 1, Nakamura Dew in 2, Hunter in 3, Hodgson in 4, Dolling in 5, Winterburn in 6, G in 7, Andrews in 8, and Sawyer in lane 9. Now Sawyer, 50-metre fly, silver in the summer meet. But it will be Toby Nakamura Jiru who is the fastest to the wall, 24.77 seconds. Just 200ths between Winterburn and Dolling in 2nd and 3rd. The 16-year-old from Plymouth College is the first to the wall. That result official heat 4 next. Where they go, 9 swimmers in this one. Delwood in lane 0, Harriman in 1, Woods in 2, then Liam in lane 4, Patrick Deere in 5, Liam Nichols in 6, Christian Gall in 7, Jack Jarvis in 8, Jack Dwyer in lane 9. 25 down, 25 left to go already, and look at the swim up there in lane 7 from Christian Gall, the Loughborough University 18-year-old swimmer. Will be the first to the wall. He will indeed, 24.92 seconds. Second fastest time on the board so far during this heat session. 18-year-old under the 25, Patrick Harriman in 2nd, Jack Dwyer in 3rd. Heat 4 is all wrapped up and confirmed. We move on to heat 5. And away we go once again. Cox in lane 0, Veda Romano in 1, Barnes in 2, Hodgson in 3, Tebber in 4, Williams in 5, Parker in 6, Parker in 8, Dunner in 9. And they really are flying as we come towards the wall. It's going to be too close to call as we get towards the end. Lucas Hartley will take it though, 24.75 seconds. The fastest finish so far in the 5 heats. Toby Hodgson in 2nd, Archie Tebbett also under that 25-second mark, but Lucas Hartley confirmed as your fastest finisher in Heat 5, Heat 6 on the way. Nine in the pool again this time round. Plasquier in lane 0. Vanas Blanche in 1, Edwards in 2, Vanas in 3. Chesnier in 4, Denon in 5, Chandler in 6, Smith in 7, Milne in 8, and they are the 9. Coming towards the end, it's hard to tell who it is going to be who gets to the wall first. Harry Chandler is the first one there, 24.57. Those times are tumbling. Joy 3rd for Mill and Smith as well, 24.66, 9 100ths between the fastest 4. What a heat that was. Harry Chandler rounds out that one. Heat 7 up next. Heat 7 of 11, Pollock in lane 0, Sutcliffe in 1, Davies in 2, Homans in 3, Sanchez in lane 4, Minto in 5, Shelley in 6, Knight in 7, Roberts Burrell in 8, and Richards Knight in lane number 9. Some medalists in the 50 fly for this one. David Sanchez will be fastest though, 24.51 seconds, the fastest time to the 50. Samuel Sutcliffe in 2nd. City of Leeds is Archie Minto in 3rd, but it is the Tilehurst swimmer who tops those official results. Heat 8 now. Away this time for heat number 8, 40 swimmers left to compete, 30 places in those 3 finals, remember. Orton in lane 0, Dorfeld in 1, Hamilton in 2, John Frio in 3, Smith in 4, Murray in 5, Jameson in 6, Dean in 7, Nutter in 8, and Gooch in lane 9. And it's looking pretty good for Matthew Hamilton. He will be the fastest of the all, the 18-year-old from Plymouth College Aquatics, 24.19. 3 tenths between the fastest 3. Matthew Hamilton is top of those official results for Heat 8, Heat 9 on the way next. Heat number 9 underway. Kindon in lane 0, Parrott in 1, Sobert Moss in 2, Gong in 3, Gammon in 4, Giordani in 5, Robinson in 6, Lydiard in lane 7, Highfinch in lane 8, and Genkas in lane 9. And you can see the lead here from Joshua Gammon. Obviously the seeding now coming into place. 22.33 seconds for Joshua Gammon. That is a fast time. Seed time coming in was a 22.96. That is going to be impressive and surely will make him into a finalist. Joshua Gammon at the top of Heat 9 there. Heat 10 coming up next. Penultimate heats of the 50 fly. Getting closer to that British record of 22.10 seconds as well. Ting in lane 0, Dedu in 1, Cannon in 2, Shepard in 3, Ingram in 4, Adama in 5, Roberts in 6, Fox in 7, Tritton in 8, and Zain Salah is in lane number 9. It looks like Abdul-Jabbar Adama is going to be the fastest finisher in this one, 22.89 seconds, neck and neck for Jamie Ingram and Gabriel Shepard as well, taking joint second in this heat. But it's the 17-year-old from Mount Kelly Swimming who's set to 22.89 seconds in heat number 10. Our final heat, heat 11, is next. 10 swimmers, 9 swimmers in the pool for the final of our heats. Pool in 0, Patrick in 1, Waterston in 2, Finch in 3, Peters in 4, Mildred in 5, Shepard in 6, Whittle in 8, and Toms in lane 9. This is a superb swim from Jacob Peters. Came in as the fastest qualifier, 22.20 seconds, a tenth off of the British record, and that's just for the heats. It's a competitive time that will put Jacob through to the final. Could we see the British record going in the finals tonight? It's going to be one to watch. Those results official. What a performance. We're looking forward to that final. We'll move on though to our next event. We'll be moving on to the open male multi-classification 200 meter freestyle. Heat 1 of 2 will be starting shortly.
Swimmers, coaches, team managers, spectators, please remember to be quiet at the start. As soon as you hear the referee's whistles, please be quiet at the start. Thank you. Our next event is the Open Male Multi-Classification 200 meters freestyle heats. We start with Heat 1. Open Male Multi-Classification 200 meters freestyle is away. It's Jude Gunner of Norwich in lane 3, Jason van der Merwe of Newell in 4, Harry Stewart for Manchester Performance Centres in 5, and William Newton, City of Cov, is in lane 6. All athletes in the 200 freestyle are S14 athletes, so there's less of an emphasis on points here than there are in some of the other multi-classification events. Ultimately, whoever touches the wall first in tonight's final will take the gold medal. Harry Stewart in lane 5, leading the way at the moment, usually a breaststroke specialist. Gold medalist on the mixed 4x100 meters medley relay for the S14s at the World Championships in Singapore this summer. Also took a bronze medal in the SB14 100 meters breaststroke. So switching things up a bit here, seeing him race the 200 free. Turns there for 150 meters in 127 free. Lifetime best 2 minutes point 1, so can he go underneath 2 minutes here? Jason van der Merwe doing everything he can to try and draw level with the world champion on his right hand side, and van der Merwe with a great last 25 meters. It is Harry Stewart that touches first though, only by 1/10 of a second. 1:57.47 for Harry Stewart and 1:57.57 for Jason van der Merwe. So 1:57.4 becomes the time to beat. There's 10 swimmers lined up for this next heat. That means if you go faster than a 1:57.4, you're guaranteed a spot in the final. Again, even though the are only 2 heats. They are cyclically seeded still, so we have seen some of the fastest swimmers in that first heat as we move on to heat 2. Zero on heat 2 is Tyler Clark for Richmond Dales. In 1, it's Ashton Platt for Dover Lifeguard. Corey Hare for Team Ipswich in 2. Mark Tomsett for Manchester Performance Centres in 3. Teammate Will Ellard goes in 4, and teammate Cam Verncombe goes in 5. Nathan McManus for Plymouth College in 6. Hayden Hudson Chesterfield in 7. Owen Tempest for the City of Leeds is in 8, and Giorgio Oxby for Winsford is in lane 9. Now, we've already seen Will Ellard in the pool. How long ago? About 90 minutes ago. Back again. Now, when he raced the 400 free this morning, started off the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championships with a world record. What a way to open. World record set this morning in the 400 free. He would very much like to do the same in the 200 free. Surprise, surprise. 1:51.55 is the world record in the 200 metres freestyle, and it is definitely achievable for Will. We've seen that he is on form based on his 400 performance this morning. 2 world records in a heat session might be a big ask, but doubt Will Ellard at your peril. 1:24.0 for the 19-year-old from Manchester Performance Centre to lead. Second at the moment is Mark Thompson in lane 3. And Cam Verncombe in lane 5 is in 3rd place. Last 25 metres now. And Will Ellard certainly leading the way. Easing off maybe a little bit on this last 25 metres. He's not going to be on world record pace for a second time this morning, but he's still going to clock a 1:54.94, which is a more than decent effort from the 4-time world champion in lane 4. 836 points for Mark Tomsett and 780 points for Cam Verncombe, but a 1:54.9, so that means I think we've got 4 swimmers sub 2 into tonight's final. Swimmers, coaches, team managers, please can we have a coach or representative from the Isle of Man and Hamilton Aquatics to the Amiga Suite. Thank you. The official results is on the screen for you. Will Ellard confirmed as your fastest qualifier by a fair chunk into tonight's final. 1:54.9 with Mark Thompson, a 1:57.42 just behind him. 1 heat to bring you next of the female multi-class 200 metres freestyle. We'll start with heat 1. First heat of the female multi-classification 200 metres freestyle. Erin Orford of Wickham Districts in lane 0. It's Lena Crisp of Norwich Swan in 1. Amy Chulerton for the City of Manchester's in 2. Grace Robinson for the City of Manchester in 3. Poppy Maskill goes in lane 4 for Manchester Performance Centre. It's Olivia Newman-Baronius and Maxwell in lane 5. Sienna Oxby of Reptons in 6. Talia Glynn for Knutsford in 7. And Chiara Falone of Ramsbottom is in lane 8 this morning. Very helpfully, the British, European and world records for the S14 200 free are all the same time, 2:03.71. Poppy Maskill enters on a 2:06.1. She's ahead at the moment of Olivia Newman-Baronius. These are two athletes who race against each other constantly, know each other really well. It's Maskill over Thirst, but just over a second between her and Newman-Baronius. As we take the final 25 metres now. Newman-Baronius possibly gaining slightly on that last turn. I think that Poppy Maskill will be able to finish in first place here and secure lane 4 for tonight's final. Touches there in 2:12.11. With a 2:13 for Olivia Newman-Baronius and a 2:15 for Grace Robinson. That means that those central lanes will all remain the same in tonight's final. It will be Maskill in 4, Newman-Baronius in 5, and Robinson in 3, again in the final tonight. Only 9 athletes in this event. That means that all 9 athletes will make it through to the final. Erin Orford is racing in lane 0. She's in the S4 classification. This is her 150 metre turn, so still got 50 metres left to go after this turn. So remember, everybody else here is an S14 athlete, which means they have an intellectual impairment. S4 athletes have a significant physical impairment. Erin Orford is the British record holder on the 200 freestyle for the S4s. That British record is a 4:21.54, so we will make sure that we keep half an eye on that time. Turning now with 25 metres to go. Of course, when these athletes race at para-specific competitions, be that the Paralympic Games or the World Para-Swimming Championships, they race within their own classification, so all the athletes have a similar impairment to them. At a national level event, you race at multi-classification, and that means that Erin Orford here racing effectively against herself. Final 5 metres, Pons Forge. Let's put your hands together for Erin Orford and make sure we bring her all the way home as she comes into the wall to stop the clock. Remember, 4:21.5 is a British record. She's just gone 4:12.93 and absolutely destroyed her own British record this morning. And that result is now confirmed on the screen for you. Poppy Maskill in first place, Olivia Newman-Baronius in second place, Grace Robinson in third place, and that means that we have a confirmed new British record from Erin Orford. Let's do some even more swimming. Even more swimming? Let's do some more swimming. This is the female 100 metres freestyle. We start with heat 1.
The first of our 12 heats then for the female 100-metre freestyle. Plenty of opportunities for our swimmers to make their way into the finals later on today. Grace Yardley swimming in lane 3 for Brompton. She is the first to the wall as well, 27.29 seconds at the halfway stage. Holly Gent in lane 4 for City of Leicester. Brompton's Olivia Baring in lane 5 and Iris Hurst in lane 6 for Warrington Warriors. The 4 swimmers, 14 and 15 years old. And already into the closing few metres. We'll get our first time on the board. We'll set the mark and it will be Grace Yardley to do so. A 57.22 seconds. Olivia Baring in second, Holly Gent in third, Iris Hurst all under the 1 minute mark. Those results are official. We move on to heat 2. A full pool for heat number 2, all 10 of them in there. Alexandra Nerney in lane 0 for Hatfield. Bedford's Tia Summit in 1. Preston South Gloucestershire's Maya Dodd in lane 2. Kiki Wu for Stockport Metro in lane 3. In lane 4, Catherine Williams for Wickham District. Stockport Metro's Autumn Claxton in lane 5. Elizabeth Vickerman in 6 for Newcastle Staffs. Mount Kelly's Jasmine Bennett in lane 7. Ruby Sims in lane 8 for Stockport Metro. Freya Berry for Basingstoke Bluefins in lane 9. 27.73 the fastest 50-metre split. Claxton leads the way from Nerney in second. The swimmer in lane 5, 14 years old. Trying to hold on to that lead. Good swim as well from Alexandra Nerney, who is trying to pull back in the final few metres, won't be able to do so. Claxton finishes first, 57.37 seconds. Nerney in a 58.23. Catherine Williams not far behind as well, 58.31. But it is Claxton at the top of the confirmed results for Heat 2. Heat 3 next. Away we go again, another 10 in the pool here at Ponds Forge. Still waiting for the big sounds to go off for that Blizzard Blast heat. It's going to be happening at some point during this session or our 800s in a little while. Chance for a spot prize of the fastest swimmer. Hard to tell which is the fastest swimmer in this one. All very close. Viviana Sefi in first at the halfway stage. Rebecca Hills in lane 0 for City of Birmingham. Wickham Best Evie Cutter in 1. Lana Henry for Killer Whales in 2. Amy Langer for Atlantis in 3. Layla Waring in 4 for West Dorset. City of Birmingham's Isabel Price in 5. Viviana Sefi, as we said, in 6 for Salford. Reading's Anaya Singh in 7. Harriet Jones in 8 for Plymouth College. And City of Sheffield's Kezia Martin in lane 9. It was Safi who led the way at the halfway. It's now Isabel Price. She's first to finish, 57.77 seconds. We're loving the 57 times. At this moment in time, Sevi in second, Rebecca Hill in third. Now Price is at the top of the rankings for heat number 3. That result official. Let's move on to heat 4, shall we? Heat 4 of 12. Erin Barber in lane 0 for Norwich Swan. Winchester City Penguins, Ainsworth Fletcher in lane 1. Adam Barber in 2 for Hamilton. City of Salford's Nicole Adeyeye in 3. Bella Jones for Royal Tunbridge Wells in 4. Hazelmere's Freya Gordon in 5. Alice Volkoyoa in 6 for City of Salford. Isabel Liptrot in 7 for Wigan Best. Repton's Olivia McCall in 8. And Erin Herman in lane 9 for Exeter City. It is Liptrot who turns first, 27.52 seconds. 600ths ahead of Apara in second place. These heats are looking close as we go into the final 25 metres. Order Apara now looks to have pushed on, is trying to find that pace over Isabel Liptrot in lane 7. It's going to be very close between the two of them to the wall. And it will be Apara who takes it, 57.37 seconds. Just 300ths between them over those 100 metres. Nicole Adeyeye in 3rd. Apara tops the rankings, so Heat 4. On to Heat 5. Heat number 5 underway. 9 lanes in action for this one. Bryn Mayer in lane 0 for Chelsea and Westminster. Hamilton's Christina Rach in lane 1. We skip to lane 3 where Ava Wilson is swimming for Mount Kelly. Dunstable's Jessica Medlicott in 4. Lucy Morris in 5, University of Bath. Mount Kelly's Poppy Worthington in 6. Kate Schillinger in 7 for Repton. Charlotte Gower for City of Coventry in 8. And Maya Mohammed in 9 for Repton is Schillinger. 700ths ahead of Wellington in 2nd. Christina Rach in 3rd. Those fastest too, almost turning neck and neck. It is the race in lanes 6 and 7 at the moment. Schillinger and Worthington. Schillinger, 15 years old, swimming for Repton. Poppy Worthington, 16 for Mount Kelly. But it looks like it is going to be Kate Schillinger, and we are under the 57 mark for the first time in this heat. 56.25 seconds. A good swim, and has obliterated her PB as well. PB of 57.68, well under that one. Confirmed results for Heat 5, Heat 6 next. Just the 9 swimmers in heat number 6 of 12, halfway through. 6 more heats left to come after this. Isabel Mather in lane 0 for City of Cambridge. We skip to lane 2. Poppy Baber for University of Birmingham. Kerry Sullivan in 3 for City of Manchester. Abigail Crawley for Swansea University in 4. Asta Maddox for Milford in 5. Eva Ingham in 6 for Swindon Dolphins. Cassie Titterton for University of Nottingham in 7. Giselle Solano in 8 for Guildford City, and Isabella Keane in 9 for Maxwell. Kerry Sullivan, 27.14. First to the wall at 50 metres, 50 left to go. Already turned for final 25. And it was Sullivan in lane 3 who at the edge looks to still possibly have it. Going to be close at the wall though. And it is Kerry Sullivan who touches first, 56.86 seconds. Less than 3/10 between the fastest 3. Good performance from Abigail Crawley and for Poppy Baber as well. But the City of Manchester 15-year-old Sullivan is at the top of Heat 6. That time confirmed. We move on to Heat 7. We go once again. Emma Hagberg in lane 0 for Mount Kelly. Guildford City's Heidi Corbett in 1. Ray Harris in 2 for Poole. University of Birmingham's Mia Collier in 3. Tegan Gale for Woking in 4. Izzy Blackhurst in 5, University of Birmingham. Trafford Metro, Zoe Rogers in 6. Karis Roberts for the University of Birmingham in lane 7. Olivia O'Mahony in 8 for Cockermouth, and Mount Kelly's Edith Price in lane 9. We're under 27 seconds for that 50-metre split, thanks to Mia Collier, who turns in 26.95. 21 hundredths ahead of Tegan Gale in 2nd for Woking. Mia, the older of the swimmers in the pool, 20 years of age, representing the University of Birmingham. And seems to be hanging on to this lead as we come through into the final couple of metres. She will be first of all, 56.66 seconds for Mia Collier. And Hagberg in 2nd under the 57 as well. Tegan Gale slap bang on the 57 seconds. Some good times coming in for heat number 7. Those results confirmed. We move on to heat 8. 5 more heats left to go before we have a short break, before we continue on with our second part of this session at 10:55. In the meantime, these 5 female 100-metre freestyle heats left to go. May Singer in lane 0 for Loughborough University. Connie Palmer in 1 for University of Birmingham. Thornberg in 3 for University of Bath. Amy Hampenstall in 4 for Guildford City. Daniela Bresner in 5 for Southampton. University of Bath's Alexa Mann in 6, Alice Young in 7 for Guildford City, University of Nottingham's Isabel Lee in 8, and University of Surrey's Alessia Massey in lane 9. Plenty of university swimmers in the heat as we tumble down the order. Connie Palmer was first to turn at 50 metres. Still slightly ahead of the rest, although a good turn into the final 25 from Isabel Lee up there in lane 8. That will secure a second place for her. In fact, she goes into first, right at the edge she takes it. Isabel Lee up into the fastest time, 55.13 seconds. Over a second quicker than anybody else in the previous heats. Connie Palmer not far behind, just 8 100ths between them. Ella Thornberg in 3rd. Those results official for heat 8. On to heat 9. Away, second time of asking in heat number 9. Elizabeth Land in lane 0. The Newcastle swim team, Sophia Chillo in 1 for Hamilton. University of Bath Neve Ward in 2. Poppy McCready for Guildford City in lane 3. Mari Ranvali in 4 for Mount Kelly. Jessica Gable in 6 for Royal Tunbridge Wells. Loughborough University's Julia Gillick in 8. And Nadia Lim for Hamilton in lane 9. Mari Ranvali is the first to turn. Unsurprising, her seed time about 6/10 slower than her PB. So she will be the first one. Her PB at 55.62, so in line with the previous heat. And the 16-year-old from Mount Kelly will be the first to finish as well, a couple of metres ahead of the rest, 55.04. That is a PB for her by nearly 6/10, and what a time to put it in as well. The fastest finisher so far across the 9 heats with that time of 55.04 is official. On to heat 10 of 12. On to heat number 10. Grace Greenhalgh in lane 0 from the City of Norwich. City of Birmingham's Bethan Cook in 1. Tilly Collymore in 2 for Millfield. Premier Camzol for Mount Kelly in 3. Isabel Ocado in 4 for University of Birmingham. Kate Clifton for City of Sheffield in 5. Jessica Podger in 6 for University of Bath. The fastest through the first 50 is Harriet Rogers in lane 7 for Borough of Stockton. Maria Romanovskaya in 8 for Newark, and Lydia Caudle for Repton Swimming in lane number 9. 2 more heats left after this one. Remember, 30 places across those 3 finals later on today. And some very competitive times. It's close at the front here as well. Is it going to be Harriet Rogers? It is, but only by 11/100ths of a second from Kate Clifton in 2nd. Jessica Podger in 3rd, but 53.82 seconds. That is a brilliant time for Harriet Rogers, who has a great chance of going through to that final later. Official results on screen now for heat number 10. We move on to heat 11. Two more heats to go until we have that short break. Competition will restart at 10:55 with the open mouth 400 metre freestyle, our 9th event of the morning. For now though, it's eyes to the ball in lane 0, Amelia Wright for Harrogate. Lane 1, Hannah Woodcock for Swansea University. Loughborough University's Jessica Smelt in lane 2, Georgie Pryor in 3 for Derby Excel. Emily Smith in lane 4 for Royal Tunbridge Wells. Leah Schlossen is in lane 5 for Manchester. Mount Kelly's Sophie Benn in 6. Sophie Davies in 7 for Millfield. Ellie Freeze in lane 8 for Guildford City. And Derby Excel's Anna Tyers in lane 9. It was Georgie Pryor the first to turn, 26 in spare change. 27-year-old swimmer, the oldest in the pool and the fastest through the first 50, but can she hold on? It's going to be neck and neck between lanes 4 and 5 here, and it is just 700ths between them. Leah Schlossen moves into the fastest finishing position, 54.41 seconds the final time. 700ths ahead of Emily Smith in lane 4. Another marker there. Official results on screen for heat 11. One more heat to go. Let's do heat 12. The medals that the swimmers in this final heat have got between them is quite incredible. Plenty from 2025 as well, who can get into the final and try and add another one to their collection. Holly Hibbert in lane 0 for Repton, Megan Higgs in 2 for Millfield, Sky Carter in 3 for Mount Kelly, Repton's Eva Ocado in 4, Annabelle Compton in 5 for Wickham, City of Brighton and Hove's Anna Capron in 6, Lizzie Guildford in 7 for University of Bath, Shirley Robinson in 8 for Loughborough University, Jessica Hum in 9 for University of Bath. 25.34 seconds the fastest split from Eva Ocado, the 19-year-old from Repton. And Eva is ahead in this one, the fastest seed of the whole field. It'll be interesting to see what time she can get here. 53.82 is the fastest so far. 53.04. Eva will set the mark for this evening's final. 2.5 ahead of Compton in 2nd, Capron in 3rd. And those are your official results for heat number 12. That rounds out the first part of this session. There will now be a short break in competition ahead of our next event, the open male 400 metre freestyle, which will be starting at 10:55. There are plenty more races and heats still to come as part of this session one. Reminder as well, we are keeping our eyes and ears open for that Blizzard Blast, one of our special heats across the competition. where the fastest finisher can get themselves a prize. But competition will be restarting with our first race setting off at 10:55. So grab yourself a coffee, a bit of a break, and we'll see you again shortly.
A very warm welcome back to the first session of the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championships 2025, live here from Ponds Forge International Sports Centre in the heart of Sheffield. Whether you're here at Ponds Forge or online on the Swim England YouTube channel, we're very glad to have you along. Now, we've already had loads of action this morning. We started off the session with a world record from Will Ellard in the 400 metres freestyle. That was a special moment, JP, wasn't it?
It was, and what a way to start as well. 4 days of competition, world record on heat number 1. You can't write that.
You really can't write that. I mean, talk about setting the standard for the rest of the week, right? And then we had loads more heats of various different events. Coming up next, we're going to have the open male 400 metres freestyle. We've also got female 100 metres breaststroke to bring you this morning. We've got a couple more multi-classification races as well, the open male and female multi-class 50 metres butterfly. We've got the open male 200 metres backstroke, and then closing the session will be the open male 100 metres individual medley. So loads of swimming action to bring you, all of it live here at Ponds Forge International Sports Centre, whether you're here in the pool or joining us on the Swim England YouTube channel. Please welcome the athletes for the open male 400 metres freestyle heats. This is heat 1. .400 metres freestyle heats are away. Total of 11 of these to bring you this morning. Only 2 swimmers in this first heat. Zach Bourne-Whiffington goes in lane 4 for Kingston upon Hull, and Thomas Rickles goes in lane 3 for the City of Liverpool. Rickles, the younger of the two, only 14 years old. And Zach Bourne-Whiffington is 15 years of age. Rickles had a fantastic British Nationals in the summer. The Next Gen meet, he took a gold medal in the 1500 freestyle and the 400 free. And also at the Swim England Open Water Championships, took gold in the 5K. So a busy man over the summer. These short course meets, though, really force these juniors to step it up a little bit. They're competing no longer in their age groups and only within their own aged swimmers, but they have to step up and race against swimmers who have far more experience. Interestingly, it was Zach Bourne-Whiffington that took the silver medal in the 5K open water. Just down the road from here, actually. Rother Valley, a few months ago. So these two not only used to racing each other in the pool, but racing each other out on the open water as well. It is Zach Bourne-Whiffington who leads through the halfway turn. That's 200 metres completed in 2 minutes, .2 for Bourne-Whiffington and 2:01 for Tom Rickles. 100 metres left to go for Zach Bourne-Withington and Thomas Rickles as they turn for 300 metres. Bourne-Withington has a PB some 2 seconds faster than Tom Rickles. I don't think there's going to be 2 seconds between them on the finish unless Bourne-Withington really pushes this last 75 or so. So we're looking at anything under 4:09 for Zach and anything under 4:11 for Tom. I think both of those are going to be easily achieved. These are going to be big PBs, I think. Last 25 metres. Zach Bourne-Withington has led the whole way. Lifetime best of 4:11. Let's check the finish time. 4:06.57 for Zach Bourne-Withington to improve massively on his PB. That's a 3-second lifetime best from him. 14-year-old Tom Rickles goes 4:09.2. That is also a big lifetime best. A 2-second PB from the youngster in lane 2. In lane 3, who comes second. And that's the official result already for Heat 1. Next is Heat 2.
On to the second of our heats then in this open mile 400 metre freestyle. 9 swimmers in the pool. Oscar Hunter in lane 0 for Norwich Swan. Jackson Crabb in lane 1 for City of Leicester. Charles Phipps in lane 2 for Millfield. City of Brighton and Hoves. Leonardo Mussolini in lane 3. William Wilson in 4 for City of Leeds. Joe Butler in lane 5 for Nuneaton and Bedworth. Lane 6 Noah Cambrodes for City of Birmingham. Basingstoke Bluefields. Reece Capri in lane 7, and Atai Ines Nacho in lane 8 for Camden Swiss Cottage. First 100 metres down to the 400. 16 lengths of our short course pool here at Ponds Forge, obviously this weekend. This week, I should say, 4 days of competition. Here's Charles Phipps, who leads the way at the moment, the 14-year-old swimming for Millfield. A good year for Charles. Second place in his age group for the 400 metre free. The Aquatic GB's National Championships earlier on this year. So will be one to watch as we continue through this second heat. Already into the business end of this race then. 3 minutes on the clock and Charles Phipps still ahead. 2:55.16 with 100 metres left to go. Nearly 8 seconds ahead of Masserini in second, Oscar Hunter in third. These 9 swimmers trying to get as much time as they can out ahead of the finals later. Of course, 11 heats. A lot of swimmers will be vying for those 30 places. .25 metres left to go then, and it will be Leonardo Masserini, the City of Brighton Hove swimmer, in lane 2, has led from the beginning of this one, has set the pace very well in this second heat. 4 minutes, 0.44 seconds for Charles. A superb time. Masserini, who lost a little bit of time, stopped a little too early, but carried on with the final 50 metres and stayed in that second fastest position. 4:06.22. 65 hundredths ahead of Carlos Marchot in third place as they all come in now just under the 4:20 mark. Charles Phipps, the fastest of the 9 in the pool, a 14-year-old swimmer. We are awaiting those official results. Reminder, we do have the Blizzard Blast heat coming up at some point during the rest of the session. And there we go, official results now on the screen for heat 2. We'll be moving on to heat number 3.
Third heat of the open male 400 metres freestyle. Lane 0 is Henry Gillam for Camden Swiss. In 1 it's Robert Shipley for Middlesbrough. 2 is George Portlock for Millfield. 3 is Lucas Bryan for Maidenhead. In 4, Eden Rowe for Northampton. 5 is Andrew Clavis for Warrington Warriors. In 6 it's Oscar Gavell for the City of Sheffield. Lane 7 is Alexander Chew for York City. Lane 8 is Ollie Lambert for the City of Liverpool. Lane 9 is Caden Frampton for Millfield. Halfway through, and it's Ollie Lambert for the City of Liverpool who leads in lane 8. The 16-year-old swimmer has a PB of 4:07.03. That is his entry time. Took a bronze medal in the 100 breaststroke at the Swim England National Summer Meet this year. He was also the gold medalist at the Aquatics GB Next Gen Championships on the 1500 freestyle in the summer, and silver medalist at the Swim England Open Water Championships in the 7.5K. So clearly a distance specialist. City of Liverpool with some really strong distance swimmers over the last couple of seasons. Eden Rowe, though, starting to take a lead now. That's the 300-metre turn. The 17-year-old from Northampton goes 3:01.1 on that turn. Looking at the top 30, you need to be sub 4 and well sub 4 to be in with a shot at a final, even a junior final. The 30th ranked time on the start list is a 3:56.7, so you'd want to be faster than that, probably faster than 3:56 if you want to guarantee a spot, even if that's only a junior final that you're looking for. Remember, the top 30 athletes have a chance at qualifying for a final. The top 10 make it through to the A, irrespective of age. The next 10 make it through to the B final, irrespective of age. And then the next 10 juniors, that's swimmers age 17 and under, make it through to the junior final. This is very close on the final 5 metres. It will be lane 4 that gets on the wall first. 4:01.3 for Eden Rowe is a new PB of 3 seconds. The young man from Northampton will be chuffed with that, I'm sure. Oscar Gavel goes 4:01.81 to finish in second. And that's another big PB from him. 4 seconds shaved off his lifetime best. Ollie Lambert, a 4:02.02, puts him in the top 3. Official result is on the screen for you, and it's on the YouTube stream for you as well. Perfect. All right, let's go for Heat 4.
Just 8 swimmers in the pool for our 4th of 11 heats for this open mile 400-metre freestyle. James Pace and Joseph Adams not joining us for this one. Lane 0 is Cameron Haddow from UAAPS, University of Aberdeen. In lane 2, Thomas Swells from City of Sheffield. Lane 3, Leo Talbot for Bolton Metro. Bristol and South Gloucestershire's Josh Miles in lane 4. Timothy Jones in 5 for Newquay Cormorants. In lane 6, Lucas Ellis-Sexsmith for the City of Liverpool. Wigan Best's Jack Pritchard in lane 7. And then we hop to lane 9, where Joshua Jury for the City of Birmingham. It is Jury who is leading the way. Early stages, 100 metres down. A range of PBs from these swimmers, the fastest of whom is Thomas Swells, a 4:01.20 for Thomas, the fastest on paper, although seed time of a 4:03. And some medals as well for some of the swimmers in this one. Lucas Ellis-Sexsmith, 400-metre freestyle bronze earlier this year. Means he is one to watch as we go through. Coming towards the halfway stage then, 200 metres down, 200 left to go, and it is going to be Lucas Ellis-Sexsmith who leads the way, 157.03, 30.43 split on the last 50. Fastest of anyone. He's increasing that pace and pushing forward. Joshua Jury now down to second with 8 lengths left to go. Big push off the wall for Thomas Swells there as well, who is starting to put on the pace and put on the pressure. Swells a 1/4 of a second quicker over that 50 metres than Ellis-Sexsmith, who still leads the way. 2:27.77 seconds, 150 metres left to swim. Gap even closer now, 0.15 of a second between Swales and Ellis Sixsmith. Both of them turn under 3 minutes. 100 metres left to go. 4 lengths of our 25-metre short course pool here across the event. Thomas Swales has moved into the lead. Depending on the stroke, it looks like he will turn first. He will. 3:30.13 for Swales at this stage. 30.82 seconds for the last 50. The 16-year-old is now starting to stretch out that lead. Wants to get every single hundredth that he can. 3 of them turn pretty much neck and neck though into the final few meters, and it is going to be eyes to it. Can anyone go under 4 minutes here? It's going to be close between them. But it will be Thomas Swales who is first to the wall. A 4 minutes point 0.3. In fact, Leo Talbot in the final 50 metres closes the gap and goes first. So 4 minutes point 0.1 for Leo Talbot, nearly under the 4 minute mark. 2 hundredths ahead of Swales in second. Ellis Sixsmith, who led from the beginning of this one, falls into third. But all of them within a second of one another. That result up on the screen now and official for you at home and here in the venue. We can move on to heat number 5.
Fifth heat of the open male 400 metres freestyle is away, well away. Over 100 metres done already. Ruben Thomas of Mount Kelly's in 0. Oscar Bellinger for Plymouth College goes in 1. Joe Hall for the City of Leeds in 2. Philip Simpose for Kingston Royals in 3. Dominic Workman for the City of Liverpool goes in lane 5. Archie Dandy for Warrington Warriors in 6. Daniel Belsey for Hatfield in 7. Luke Moore of Loughborough Uni is in 8. And Sam Brilke for Corby is in lane 9. .200 metres complete already. Luke Moore is well underneath the 2 minute mark at that 200 metre turn, and Moore looking strong. 18 years old, swimming for the Loughborough University team. Luke Moore certainly in the lead here, 2:57.37. well inside the realms of going underneath 4 minutes here. 4:02 is his PB. Fastest time we've seen so far was in the previous heat, 4 minutes and 1/100th. We've also seen 4 minutes and 3/100ths, but not yet has anyone gone underneath the 4 minute mark. Is Luke Moore starting to fade a little bit, or is he able to maintain his early pace throughout this crucial last 100 meters? Definitely hurting for him now as he comes into the last 10. I think it's going to be his first ever sub 4 minutes, and our first sub 4 minutes this morning. Luke Moore goes 3:57.23. Fantastic effort from the Loughborough University swimmer. First time underneath 4 minutes. And a new PB by nearly 5 seconds. Dominic Workman of the City of Liverpool takes second place, 3:59.8 for him. So that's now 2 swimmers underneath 4 minutes. Ruben Thomas and Mount Kelly completes the top 3. There's the official result for Heat 5. We're through the halfway point. This is Heat 6.
Nine swimmers in heat number 6. No swimmer in lane 1 for this one. Monty Smith is in lane 0 for Wickham District. Fabio Damas in lane 2 for Hamilton. Jose Rodriguez in 3 for Millfield. Edward Marcel Whittles in lane 4, the first to turn as well at the early stage of 50 metres. In lane 5, Tom Belt for Mount Kelly. Oliver Murray in lane 6 for Millfield. Lucas Gallant-Dracy in 7 for Mount Kelly. City of Liverpool's George Denith in 8, and Hao Hao Singh in 9 for City of Sheffield. 9 swimmers, as we said, mix of ages, 15 to 19 years of age. All swimmers in this one. As those times tumble halfway through the 11 heats for this open mount 400 metre freestyle, is Edward Marcel Whittles, who leads the way at the early stages, 54.25 seconds. Already 1.25 seconds ahead. We'll see how that pace continues across the 400 metres. As we saw a couple of heats ago, you can lead from the front and then be swallowed up in the sprints in the final 50. But Edward has gone fast here. 29.06 was the 50 metre split there as well. A good pace. Nearly half a second ahead of everybody else in that last 50 as well. He will continue to stretch out that gap. At the halfway stage, 1:53.04. Fabio Damas moves into second. Fabio starting to turn up the speed and the pace a little bit more as we go into the second half of the 400. Tom Belt in 4th. Rodriguez in 5th at this stage. Rodriguez now turning up the wick as well, 29.38 the last 50 metres for him, but still down in 5th at the moment. Luke Moore with the fastest time so far, 3:57.23 seconds. Only 2 of the swimmers under 4 minutes at this stage. Edward Marcel Whittles could be the next one to join them. Still ahead of the rest of Damas and Smith. rounding out the top three at this stage. As they come down and into the final 50 metres, 2 lengths left to go of the 25-metre short course pool, and Edward Marcel Weddles has found a bit more pace once again. 29.9 the last split. It's only him and Jose Rodriguez who was sub 30, but he's going to maintain that lead that he had from the beginning. Went out strong but managed to hold on to that lead. This 19-year-old from Chelsea and Westminster Swimming Club, Marcel Weddles, will be the first to the wall. Will set the time 3:52.57 seconds. Fastest so far by 4.5 seconds. Jose Rodriguez moves up into second. Brilliant final 50 from him. Fabio Damas in third place. With 8 swimmers under the 4-minute mark, but Edward Marcel Weddles, the fastest, as I said, by over 4.5 seconds from the rest of the field. Those results now official. A quick heat 6, we move on to heat 7.
Heat 7 of the Open Male 400 Freestyle. Donatas Dragacius of Chelsea and Westminster's in 0. Ben Uff for Crawley goes in 2. Edward Evans for Beckenham's in 3. Rufus Parry for Wickham in 4. Harry Chandler for Worcester in 5. Thomas Wilkinson for Loughborough Uni in 6. Maxwell Adams for Wickham's in 7. Hugh Mason Williams for the City of Birmingham in 8. And Thomas Sansom for Wickham is in lane 9. It's Max Adams who leads through the first 100 metres, 54.4 for the 20-year-old. Some top swimmers still to come. There are 11 heats in total of this 400 free. So this and then still 4 more. You're going to have to pull out a fantastic swim to try and make an A final. Even a B final is going to require something pretty special. The fastest time by far is from that previous heat. Edward Marcel Weddles, 3:52.5, setting a new 5-second lifetime best. I think that puts him definitely in contention for a spot in a B final. Still not sure it's going to be enough for an A. Over halfway already. This is 250 metres now for Maxwell Adams of Wickham District. 2:21.3. He is 3 seconds clear of Harry Chandler of Worcester in lane 5, who's currently in second place. .250.6 for Adams at the 300 metre turn. Means that this is an impressive swim from him. A really impressive swim. Lost 50. 220.33. Well, he's been split in 29 pretty consistently throughout. Comes back in a 29. He'd be looking at possibly dipping underneath 350 here. Under 350, and you've got a real shot at an A final. Last 10 meters. Maxwell Adams ensuring that nothing is left in the tank as he finishes in 3:49.47. A fantastic effort. Absolutely fantastic swim from him. That is a 9-second lifetime best from Max Adams this morning. Hugh Mason-Williams goes 3:54.7 to finish second. And Donatas Dragasius 3:55.23 puts him in third place. But Max Adams, 3:49.47. That may well be enough for an A final tonight. Official result is there. We move on to Heat 8.
On to heat number 8 of 11 then for the open male 400 metre freestyle. Another 9 swimmers vying for their place in our finals session later on. Jack Finney's in lane 0 for City of Sheffield. Henry Shepherd in 1 for Bromley. And Newell in 2 for Tidcott and Barramundi. In lane 3, Angelo Gianni-Contini for Loughborough University. We skip to lane 5 where Archie Hawkins is swimming for Thanet. Alexei Denisov in lane 6 for Plymouth College. Chelsea and Westminster's Brian Dinev in 7. Harry Milne in lane 8 for Repton. And Joshua Keogh in lane 9 for Bolton Metro. And it is Gianni Contini who is ahead of the rest 100 metres in, 52.01 seconds. Big lead, 2 3/4 seconds. Angelo has gone out strong to start off, 19-year-old swimmer. Swimming for Loughborough University Swimming. A PB of 3:57.79 for Angelo. So we'll keep an eye on the times as we go through. In fact, all of our swimmers in this heat, a PB of under 4 minutes. See times around the 3:57, 3:58 mark, as well as the times do tumble down, but we can look at the gap that Angelo has opened up now. 1:51.11 seconds at the halfway, ahead by 3.5. An impressive swim, 29.93 his split time for the previous 50 metres as well. Second fastest in the pool. It's only Brian Dinev who is a little bit quicker. Has he gone too fast too soon, or will he be able to hold on to that lead of almost 5 metres that he's got ahead of the rest? 2:21.33, 250 metres, 150 left to go. Gap at 3.15 seconds now. There's Alexei Denisov in lane 6, who is the closest challenger. 100 metres left to go, 2:52 for Angelo. Alexei, look at this, 2:54. Gap is closing, less than 2 seconds between the fastest two now. Brian Dinev is into third, but still a little bit of daylight between him and the neck and neck battle for 4th and 5th that we have at the moment, coming down towards the final 50 metres. And Angelo Gianni-Contini, who started so well in this and was 5 metres ahead of the rest, is almost neck and neck with Denisov as we come into the final 50 metres. There is 1/100th of a second between them. And Alexei Denisov moves into first, 3:24.40 seconds. The gap of 1.7 seconds obliterated in the space of 50 metres. And Denisov is moving ahead. Gianni a chance here of slipping back into third place as well, because Dinev is pushing forward into the final 5 metres. It will be Alexei Denisov first, 3:54.05 seconds for the swimmer from Plymouth College Athletics. Ryan Dinev into second, and Angelo Giannicontini, a superb start in the first 200 metres, manages to hang on to third place. We will await the official confirmation. There it is, 3:54.05, that fastest time from Heat 8, Heat 9 on the way.
Heat 9 of the open male 400 free. Sam Cook of the Uni of Birmingham's in 0. Ethan Potter for the City of Sheffield goes in lane 1. Lucas Daines for Swansea in 2. Matthew Defanes of the Uni of Birmingham in 3. Jack Booth-Rudd for Portsmouth North Seas in 4. Ethan Kelly, City of Liverpool in 5. Alexander Volkovoy for City of Cambridge in 6. Matthew Warburton is in lane 7 for the Uni of Bath. 8 is Samuel Sutcliffe for Ramsbottom, and 9 Aidan Turner for Newcastle. Now, only the final 2 heats in 400 metre events are cyclically seeded. That means this heat seeded as normal. Therefore, Jack Booth-Rudd in lane 4 is the 21st fastest athlete to enter the 400 freestyle. 3:54.84 is his entry time. Booth-Rudd, the gold medalist at the open water in the 7.5K this year. Sure, we'll see him racing the 8 and the 15 a little bit later in the week. Lane 7 starting to make a move now. Matthew Warburton of the Uni of Bath is now in first place, 3:24.9, that split from him. 29.91 per 50. Next to him, Sam Sutcliffe just went 29.96. Sutcliffe only 16 years of age. does mean that Warburton needs to go inside the top 20 to make a final, whereas Sam Sutcliffe could rely on a junior final. Last couple of strokes, it will be lane 7, Matt Warburton, 3:53.87. That is the third fastest time we've seen so far. We'll have to wait and see whether that is enough to put him into an A or B final. I think it should. 3:55.2 for Sam Sutcliffe to finish in second place. Jack Booth-Rudd goes 3:55.57, next to nothing between lanes 8 and 4. The official result is on the screen for you. Heat 9 is complete. 2 more to bring you. These are the 2 cyclically seeded heats as we move on with Heat 10.
Penultimate heat of the open male 400 metre freestyles, heat 10 of 11. Morgan Davies is in lane 0 for Mount Kelly, James Froggatt in 1 for City of Birmingham, Moritz Baumgardner in lane 2 for Loughborough University, Raheem Tolbert in 3 for Hamilton Aquatic, Harry Wynne-Jones in 4 for Loughborough University, alongside clubmate Sean McCann in lane 5, Michael Yagno in 6 for Portsmouth North Sea, Luke McGee in 7 for Loughborough University, Ruben Visder in 8 for City of Sheffield, Loughborough University's Jacob Goodman in lane 9. All 10 lanes in action in this penultimate heat. Fastest time so far, the 3:49.47 that Maxwell Adams chalked up earlier on. A brilliant time. Although with Harry Wynne-Jones the fastest on paper, 3:45 his PB. Sean McCann with a 3:46. Good potential to see some of these swimmers into the finals. Froggatt leads the way though, 1:22 at this stage. But it is incredibly close at the front as we come down towards 200 metres. And it's Rohan Tolbert who has the advantage, 1:51.97 seconds. Ahead by 22 hundredths. And it is looking pretty close at the front of this heat as well. No massive gaps like we've seen in some of the previous ones. Although Tolbert is ahead of the rest, he's got second, third and fourth snapping at his heels, very close between them. In fact, 4 tenths between Wynne-Jones in second, Goodman in third and Froggatt in fourth. But Tolbert is pushing ahead with the pace, around 6 tenths quicker in that 50 metres, trying to open up a little bit of a gap ahead of the rest of the field. .50 metres left to go then, and it's still Tolbert ahead of the rest, 3:17.33 seconds, and that gap over 3 now. Look at the lead he has put across the rest of the field. 18-year-old swimmer representing Hamilton Aquatics. Some superb performances over the last couple of years. We'll be aiming to get a goal today, no doubt. 3:45.93 seconds. It's the fastest by over 3 seconds for Rohan Tolbert. Superb finish. James Froggatt comes in second, 3:49. 1-2, and at just 5 hundredths between Froggatt and McCann in second and third. But the headline of that heat, the 3:45.93, that result confirmed and on your screens. And we have hit that time of the day once again for the Winter Championships this year. We have got our special heats. This is the Blizzard Blast heat, which means that one of our swimmers down in the blocks will be walking away with a spot prize just for coming first in this heat. An extra gift for the festive season. It was Tara Beard earlier on in our festive merry heat who will win our Blizzard Blast. We can move on. This is heat number 11.
Final heat of the open male 400 metres freestyle. Daniel Codaverde of Stockport Metros in 0. Llewellyn Porter for Camden Swiss in 1. Hector Pardo for Loughborough Unis in 2. Freddie Ashley Sparks for Wickham is in 3. Tyler Melbourne Smith of Loughborough University in 4. Luke Hornsey for Loughborough Uni in 5. Matt Baker for the Uni of Bath is in 6. Sam Sterry for Tigers Jersey in 7. Charles Kershaw, Swansea Uni in 8. And Jake Chisworth for Maxwell is in lane 9. A Blizzard Blast heat then. Well, this is certainly a new thing that we've introduced at the GoCardless Swim England National Winter Championships for 2025. The winner of the Blizzard Blast heat will receive a very impressive prize. A very impressive prize indeed. And you definitely want to try that a little bit harder to make sure that you get your hand on the wall first in that heat. The finals, or you get some medal. Who knows what this mystery prize might be? Tyler Melbourne Smith leads. Little surprise there. 121.2 at the 150 metre mark. We'll get a good sense of how strong he's looking this morning as he turns at halfway on this next wall. Melbourne Smith, a distance specialist, races the 4, the 8, the 15. He's the British silver medalist from the British Champs in April this year. British gold medalist on the 800 freestyle. So shows you that Melbourne Smith certainly has an engine, and one that can keep up a pace for a very long time. 2:18.67 and 2:19.75. Over a second difference between lanes 4 and 3 on the 250 metre turn. This is now 100 to go after this turn. Melbourne Smith looks comfortable. Only swimming a 1/10 of a second per 50 faster than Luke Hornsey there in lane 5. So Hornsey coming back maybe slightly in this back 150 metres or so. Freddie Ashley Sparks in lane 3 fancies himself the Blizzard Blast prize. Nearly pulling up alongside Tyler Melbourne Smith. In fact, actually, Freddie went a 28.4 there That's half a second faster than Melbourne Smith. And Ashley Sparks certainly trying to give him a run for his money. I think Melbourne Smith will be able to hold him off, but Freddie Ashley Sparks pushing everything into this last 25 metres. It is Tyler Melbourne Smith that touches first. 3:44.48. Ashley Sparks goes 3:44.96. That is the new lifetime best by nearly 3 seconds. Hector Pardo goes a 3:46.69. That is a new PB by 3 seconds as well. So a fast heat. Tyler Melbourne Smith will go into tonight's final the fastest by a second and a half. Freddie Ashley Sparks will be comfortably in that final too. And we'll see Hector Pardo again tonight in the A final as well, provided that result is marked as official, which has not yet been. Just waiting on the officials to confirm our results. And the official result is on the screen for you. Tyler Melbourne Smith wins the Blizzard Blast heat in 3:44.48, just ahead of Freddie Ashley Sparks of Wickham, who finishes in second. Next event coming up, this is the female 100 metres breaststroke heats. This is heat 1.
The first of our 8 heats then for the female 100 metre breaststroke, the next event on the programme for day 1 of the GoCardless Swimming England National Winter Championships 2025 here at Ponds Forge in Sheffield. Of course, one was in the pool to kick things off for this one. Sophie Dixon in lane 3 for Blackpool Aquatics. Isabel Brock in 4 for Clevedon. Elizabeth Adam in 5 for Leyland Barracudas. And Eliana Forsyth in 6 for Enfield. The 4 of them pretty much turning neck and neck. The first two, just 200s between them. Isabel Brock ahead of the rest. 50 metres in. Over 70 swimmers will be competing for those 30 places in our finals later on. Isabel Brock getting a silver medal for her age group in the summer meet. Sophie Dixon just beats her to the wall in this first heat. 300s between them, a 113.11, the first marker on the board. Isabel Brock in second. Eliana Forsyth will finish in third. But the 4 of them all back within a second as well. We love to see a close heat. Those results official. It's on to heat 2. The full pool this time around, all 10 lanes in action. Tony Hubbard in lane 0 for Taunton Dean. Maisie Brown in lane 1 for Rushmore Royals. Sandwell's Isabel Owen in lane 2. Eve Hibbert in 3 for City of Sheffield. Poppy Williams in 4 for Swington Dolphin. Rose Harrison in 5 for Tiverton. Eva Newman in lane 6 for Mount Kelly. Eve Dunbar in 7 for City of Leicester. Mount Kelly's Emma Newman in 8. And Amy Hansen for Hackett Anaconda in lane 9. Look at what it looks like at the halfway stage. It's neck and neck. 33.59 for Eva Newman in lane 6. Just 300ths between her and Eve Hibbert in second. Only a tenth back to Poppy Williams in third. It is close through those first 50. Already they're turning at 75 metres, 25 metres left to go. But Eva Newman in lane 6 looks to have the edge from where I am. About a metre or so over the rest. She will be the first to the wall. 1:11.32 for Eva. 1:12.04 for Poppy Williams in second. Eva Hibbert stays in third, 1:12.28 seconds. But it is the 15-year-old from Mount Kelly who leads the way. And that time is now official, 1:11.32 seconds. Time for heat 3. Away we go again. This is heat number 3. Scarlett Timwell in lane 0 for University of Nottingham. Isabel Clary in 1 for Leamington Spa. Russell Loads in lane 2 for Repton. Alongside her clubmate Philippa Hickman in lane 3. Sophie Ray in 4 for City of Coventry. Lily Green in 5 for Mount Kelly, who is the first to turn at 50 metres, 32.86 seconds. Eva Andrekov in 6 for Camden Smith's Cottage. Cottage White Horses, Talia Curtis in lane 7, Alice Collins in 8 for Cranley, and Hannah Pye for Guildford City in lane number 9. On to the final 25 metres. Lily Green for Mount Kelly has the advantage. 1:11.32, the fastest time so far. Are we going to be under that? We are. 1:10.35 seconds for Lily Green. Eva Andrikov in second, Isabella Clary in third. Good time for Lily Green, a lifetime best for her at 1:10.35 seconds. The top time in heat 3, time for heat 4. Halfway through the heats for this event then. Heat number 4 of 8. Olivia Taylor in lane 0 for Leamington Spa. Lily Davis in 1 for City of Peterborough. Kendra Jimmy in 2 for Coventry. Emily Pack in 3 for City of Cambridge. Jenny Dunn in 4 for City of Liverpool. Mabel Walker in 5, University of Birmingham. Bonnie Mooney in 6 for the City of Coventry. She is the first to turn, 33.32 seconds at the 50-metre stage. Sophie King in lane 7 for Mount Kelly. Tara Allul in 8 for Hamilton. Erin Kaplan O'Brien in lane 9 for Hackney Anaconda. This is very close at the front of this heat with 25 metres left to go. 1:10.35 is the time. Lily Green from Mount Kelly is set at the front of the heat so far. But this is a close one to call. It's all going to be who pushes for the line first. It is going to be a joint fastest time. Sophie King and Lily Davis, both of them in a 1:11.54 seconds. That'll be the joint 5th fastest time so far. Bonnie Mooney in 3rd for that one. But 1:11.54, identical times at the top of Heat 4. Well done to our swimmers. Time for Heat 5. Heat number 5, 9 swimmers in the pool for this one. Gabriella Hunt in lane 1 for City of Liverpool. Ida Bellinger in 2 for Winchester City. Lee Stansfield in 3 for Harrogate District. Annalise Elford in lane 4 for Whitney and District. In lane 5, Annabelle Cook for City of Sheffield. Missy Ruff in lane 6 for Repton. Olivia Robbins in 7 for City of Birmingham. Anna Betterson in 8 for Loughborough University. And Alicia Pollard in lane 9 for the University of Surrey. 50 metres in. And it is Pollard first, 32.84 seconds. Almost 4/10 ahead of Betterson in the lane next to her. She turns in 2nd, Stansfield in 3rd. But in theory, it doesn't matter about the order in which you finish in the heats, it's all about those times. 1:10.35 still the marker. As they come into the final 10 metres. It is going to be Hannah Betterson up there in lane 8 that has the advantage. She will be the first to the wall. We're under 1:10. It's a 1:09.68 for Betterson. Gabriella Hunt's in 2nd. It's going to bring the times down for us, and it is a new PB for Betterson as well. She did have a 1:11. This one, a 1:09.68 is now official. We move on to Heat 6. If you would like to withdraw for tomorrow's competition, the withdrawals are closing now, so you have this last chance effort to put your withdrawals in. They are closing in just a moment or two ahead of Days 2 competition. In the meantime, back on day 1, heat number 6 of 8 for this female 100-metre breaststroke. Eloise Wade in lane 0 for Newbury, Joseph Lawn for Bromley in lane 1. In lane 2, Megan Mills for York City. In lane 3, Hannah Woodcock for Swansea University. Sienna Robinson in lane 4 is the fastest to turn at 50 metres. Loughborough University swimmer in a 31.50. Jasmine Carter for Mount Kelly in lane 5. Asia Kent in 6 for Loughborough University. Ellen Eccleston in 7 for City of Norwich. Anastasia Massat in 8 for Mount Kelly. And Caitlin Hartley for Hatfield in lane 9. And Sienna Robinson doing a great job here in lane 4. Will be the fastest to the wall. It will be our new fastest time as well by nearly 3 seconds, a 1:06.83 for Sienna. Jasmine Carter in 2nd, 55 hundredths ahead of Hannah Woodcock in 3rd place, but the Loughborough University swimmer will set a new marker of 1:06.83 as we go into Heat 7. Penultimate heats of the 8. Charlotte Cope in lane 0 for Guildford City alongside Emma Alatfile in lane 1, the two of them club mates. Anna Bagley in lane 2 for University of Birmingham. Anna Healy in lane 3 for Wigan Best. Lily Booker in lane 4 for Loughborough University. In lane 5, Gabrielle Idle-Beavers for Mount Kelly. Imogen Miles in lane 6 for Royal Tunbridge Wells. Anna Farr for Loughborough University in lane 7. Emily Spicer in lane 8 for Bristol and South Gloucestershire. And Rebecca Keatley in lane 9 for City of Cambridge. It is Lily Booker who is fastest to 50, 32.01 seconds, 19 hundredths ahead of Gabrielle in the lane next to her. Anna Healy not far behind as well. Less than a quarter of a second between the fastest three at 50 metres. It's all about those final times, the final 25 as they turn for home. Good push under the water from Lily Booker. And into the final 5. Good attempt here from Imogen Miles in lane 6 as well, really pushing at the end there. Miles won't be able to take it, but it's only 300ths between them. Lily Booker fastest, a 107.92 seconds, good enough for second in the overall ranking so far. Imogen Miles 300ths behind. Gabrielle Idle-Beavers in third. Your official results on screen here in the venue and at home as we get ready for our final heat. This is heat 8. Final time in the female 100-metre breaststroke. They are away. Ashley Ransom in lane 0 for Hatfield. Tanya Seong in 1 for City of Milton Keynes. Bethany Walker for City of Sheffield in 2, alongside Charlotte Yankee in 3. Imogen Clark in lane 4 for Repton Swimming, alongside her club mate Emily Collier in 5. Emily Farr in lane 6 for University of Surrey Swimming. Nellie Clark in 7 for University of Birmingham. Over Centurions, Sarah Fletcher in 8 and Connie Devlin in lane 9. Imogen Clark in lane 4, the fastest to turn, unsurprising. The fastest coming into this one on paper. And Imogen Clark ahead of the rest. A personal best of 105.05. She's not going to be far behind that one. It's going to be 107.08 for the Repton Swimming Club swimmer. It will be good enough for second fastest on the rankings. Ashley Ransom in second, Charlotte Bianchi in third. And those results are confirmed and on your screen as we round out the female 100-metre breaststroke. We'll be moving on shortly to our next event. It'll be the open male multi-classification 50-metre fly coming up shortly.
This is Heat 1. Last time this morning, or this afternoon now, that we're seeing our para swimmers in action. Bruce D goes in lane 4 for Manchester Performance Centre, and Isaac Johnson is in lane 5 for Swansea Uni. They are in different classifications. Isaac is an S7 and Bruce an S6 athlete. If Bruce touches first out of the two, he's definitely going to score more points because he's in a lower classification. British record is a 31-3 for the S6s, which is exceptionally tricky. It will be a first place for Bruce D. 842 points is a really solid point score from him. 656 for Isaac Johnson puts him in second place. Both swimmers will progress through to the final tonight, so they'll go head-to-head again this evening. 33.2 is inside Bruce D's best time. And now we've seen the open male edition of that event. We will see the female edition. The female multi-class 50 meters butterfly is up next. This is Heat 1. Iona Winifred of Tonbridge goes in lane 4, and Nancy Jubb from Team Bath goes in lane 5. Again, an S7 and an S6 athlete side by side. Winifred is the higher classed athlete in the S7 classification. Entry time is 36.84. Now the British record for the 50 fly is a 37.17, so we'll be watching for that here from Iona. Final 5 meters and looking really, really strong. Is it underneath 37.1 for Iona? It is 36.96, and a British record from Iona Winifred of Tonbridge. Huge 823 points, really strong point score. And the confirmed result is on the screen, and we now can confirm that is an official new British para-swimming record for Iona Winifred. Congratulations! Next up, the open male, 200 meters backstroke. This is Heat 1. First heat of the open male, 200 meters backstroke is in the pool. Harry Moore of Stockport Metro goes in lane 0 with Ruben Hubinger of Repton in 1. It's Jacob Bacon for the City of Peterborough in lane 2. Alfie Toms of Maxwell goes in 3. Ethan Fort, Basildon and Phoenix in 4. Dylan Hill for Kingston upon Hull in 5. Harry Lucas, City of Leicester in 6. Peter Artemenkov of Crawley goes in 7. 8 is Henry Foster for Redditch, and 9 is Matthew Scott for Newcastle. Final 15 meters then, and there's 200 meters backstroke, and it could come from pretty much anywhere, with lane 9 looking really strong. Matthew Scott of Newcastle might be able to snatch this on the outside. He does. 2:07.42. The slowest competitor into the entire meet has just won the first heat of the open male 200 meters backstroke. 2:07.42. 2:09.9 was his best before that, so it's just taken, what, 2.5 seconds off his previous best time. Strong swim from the 16-year-old from Newcastle on the outside. Peter Artemenkov of Crawley finished in second, 2:07.9. And Dylan Hill of Kingston upon Hull rounded off the top three, 2:08.36, his finishing time. Still waiting on a confirmed result. But at the moment, looks like a 2.5 second PB for Matt Scott of Newcastle to set the standard. I mean, that time would have put him well into the third heat. And the official result now is available. Matthew Scott confirmed as your race winner on Heat 1. Next is Heat 2.
Splash settles as our 10 swimmers going on their 200 metre backstroke. Lane 0, no cartilage for Biddulph. In lane 1, Harry Gibson for Newcastle swim team. In lane 2 is Harry Osborne for City of Sheffield. Jan Bibler in lane 3 for Norwich Swan. Joe Helps in lane 4 for Repton Swimming. In lane 5, Elliot Hughes for Trafford Metro. Robert Shipley in lane 6 for Middlesbrough. Lane 7, Seb Stevenson for Portsmouth North Sea. Benjamin Dougal in lane 8 for Wickham District, and Samuel Mills for Bristol and South Gloucestershire in lane 9. It is Elliot Hughes though, first to turn at 50, 28.8. Still has the advantage as we come down towards 100 metres as well. A metre or so ahead of the rest. 1:01.31 seconds. Also the fastest 50-metre split across as well, so Hughes stretching that lead ever so slightly into the second 100. But good turns from Shipley and Stevenson in lane 6 and 7. And look how close it is going to be in the final 50 metres. 0.4 of a second between the fastest four. Shipley leads the way from Stevenson in second and Hughes in third. Three of them all 15 years old, swimming for clubs across the country. But it is the Middlesbrough swimmer, Robert Shipley, who turns with 25 metres left to go. Personal best of 2:09.13 for Shipley, and he is under that 2:06.09 PB when it matters. So Stevenson in second. Joe Helps makes it up into third, but 2:06.09 will be the new marker time. We wait for those results to be confirmed, of course. And there they are on your screen now, confirmed. 2:06.09 the new marker as we head into Heat 3.
Heat 3 of the open male 200 metres backstroke. Total of 11 heats to bring you in this event. Finn Arnold of Repton is in 0. Lachlan Taylor for the City of Bristol in 1. Sam Hall for Guildford City goes in 2. It's Joe Mottram for Windsor in 3. Harrison Galloway, City of Bristol in 4. Daniel Papworth for Tigers Jersey in 5. Ben Carlisle of Granthams in 7. Noah Gambrudes, City of Birmingham in 8. And Zach Fellows, City of St Albans, is in lane 9. It is again lane 9 who leads. We saw a lane 9 win in heat 1. Could we see it again in heat 3? Fellows of St Albans was ahead at the 50 metre mark. Not sure he will maintain that lead through this 100 metre turn as lane 4, Harrison Galloway, steps up 1 minute point 13 to Papworth's 1 minute point 29. Probably want to be under a 110. Under a 110 for a 200 backstroke would be incredible. Probably want to be underneath a, well, sub 2, I think comfortably would make a final for a junior. Under 2:02, so 2:01 and 2 minutes. You'd have to wait and see how the rest of the field swims. You're looking to be around about that 2 minute mark if you want to secure a place in the final tonight. Fastest time we've seen so far is Robert Shipley from the previous heat, 2:06.0. Final few strokes here. Lane 5 may well just get on the wall first. 2:04.44 for Dan Papworth from Tigers Jersey. It's a new PB by more than 2 seconds. Harrison Galloway 2:05.25, also a new best time. Both of those swimmers going underneath 2:07 for the first time. Joseph Mottram completes the top 3, 2:05.6 for the Windsor swimmer. Again, new lifetime best of nearly 2 seconds. Great to see such fast swimming here on day number 1 of the GoCardless Swim England National Winners' Championships 2025. Heat 3 is complete. Heat 4 is next.
On to heat 4 of 11. In our open mouth 200 metre backstroke. Jackson Shavadsky in lane 0 for Wickham. Benjamin Padugel in 1 for Camden Swiss. Alfie Owen in 2 for Wigan Best. Eddie Rice in 3 for Mount Kelly. In lane 4, Norwich Swims Oscar Hunter. Dominic Bartoletti in 5 for Repton Swimming. Oscar as well in 6 for City of Brighton and Hove. Our fastest through the halfway stage, Cole Webster in lane 7 for Derby Excel. William East in lane 8 for Basildon and Phoenix. And Tyler Hardiman in lane 9 for Corby. So it was Cole Webster, halfway, under the minute as well, but again, pretty close in these heats so far. The 200 metre backstroke. Bortoletti now in the lead, 132.05. 31.50 for that 50 metres. The only one sub 32, so Bartoletti Now trying to squeeze as much time as he can out of this to find his place on the board. 206.09, still the time to beat. And the time here is going to be under that, 203.72 for Dominic Bartoletti. The 15-year-old swimmer from Repton Swimming. That is a superb time. And that for him is a lifetime best by nearly 3 seconds. A 206.70 is his PB coming into this one. And a 203.72 coming out of it. Brilliant performance, confirmed and official. We move on to Heat 5.
Attention please, please refrain from flash photography. Please refrain from flash photography at any time. Thank you. Lane 0 is Cameron Haddo. In 1, it's Will Viney for the City of Birmingham. Charles Phipps of Millfields in 2. Martin Molnar for the City of Cambridge in 3. Konstantinos Hadjikonstanis goes in lane 4 for the Union Nottingham. Oliver Parry of Ramsbottoms in 5. Finley Dare for Corby in 6. Ruben Thomas of Mount Kelly in 7. Finn Adams, Chelsea and Westminster in 8. And Josh Hill for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson is in lane 9. So Bartoletti in the previous heat set the standard really. 203.7. We're looking for any improvement we can find on that. We're on heat 5 of 11, which means we're sort of at the halfway point. Remember I said, I think you need to go 202 maybe would make a final if you're a junior. Maybe. 2 minutes to be safe, I'd say. Charles Phipps looking strong and comfortable in lane 2. He's only 14 years old. Lifetime best of 206.06. Gold medalist at the Next Gen Championships for Aquatics GB in the 200 free and 100 meters backstroke. Last 5 meters for him now. This is going to be well on. 201.23 for Charles Phipps. That's a 5-second lifetime best and definitely puts him in the running for a spot in the finals tonight. 201.23. New fastest time I've seen so far this morning by some 2 seconds. Ruben Thomas goes 203.27 to put him in second place. Josh Hill 204.58 is enough for third. Just waiting on the official result to appear before we move on with our next heat. And just like that, there it is. Charles Phipps confirms your race winner. 201.23 becomes the time to beat. Strong, strong swim from the 14-year-old. Next is heat 6.
Halfway through the heats in the open mile 200 metre backstroke, the time's tumbling, getting closer and closer to that 2-minute mark. For this heat number 6, Benjamin Hatfield in lane 0 for Loughborough University. They would almost be in lane 1 for City of Cambridge. In lane 2, Oscar Winterburn for Team Ipswich Swimming. Lane 3, Jacob Pemberton for Derby Excel. Berlio Thompson in lane 4 for Millfield. Skip to lane 6 where Oliver Davis Tutil is swimming for City of Sheffield. City of Norwich's Oliver Smith in lane 7. Jack Hurry in lane 8 for Northampton. And Sunday's Chechens in lane 9 for Mount Kelly. So 2:01 the time to beat at the moment. Benjamin Hatfield turning 58.88 halfway through. Oliver Davis Tutil closing the gap over that 50 metres, both of those turning under the 60-second mark. The two of them looking pretty close at the front of this heat as well. Obviously 5 more heats still to go after this. Hatfield with the lead, 1:30.86 seconds, half a second ahead of Davis Tutil in second. Third is Chechens from Mount Kelly up in lane 9. And we're into the final 25 metres for our leaders. Some good times coming up. The 2:01 is the time to beat. Looks like it's going to be Oliver Davis Tutil, who's just moved ahead in the final 50, and he has done so. 2:02.58 seconds for Oliver. Benjamin Hatfield will finish in second. My apologies. Sunday's Chechen in third. It was a good swim for Davis Tutil. PB of nearly 3 seconds. Once again, we just await the confirmation of those results. A few more heats left in this event, and we'll be moving on to the open mile 100 metre IM to finish off this session. And there we have our official results for heat 6 done and dusted. We move on to heat 7.
Heat 7 is away. Lucas Daines of Swansea Unis in 0. Joseph Adams for Chelsea and Westminster in lane 1. Zach Sheriff for Wickham in 2. Carlos Sierra Vilgas for Chesterfield in 3. It's James Page and Millfield in 4. Oliver Baskerville for Hatfield in 5. Edward Redshaw for Middlesbrough in 6. Louis Fawn for the City of Bristol in 7. Ryan Close, Bedford Swim Squad in 8. And Harry Cox for Thanet is in lane number 9. All swimmers here aged 17 or 18, with the exception of Lucas Daines in 0, aged 21. 100 metre turn, and it's Zach Sheriff of Wickham with his feet planted on the wall first. 58.70 to Oliver Baskerville's 58.94. Still no advance on that excellent swim a couple of heats back. from Charles Phipps, the 14-year-old from Millfield, leads the rankings at the moment with his 201. Joint first at the 150 metre mark. Nothing separated Oliver Baskerville in lane 5 from Zach Sheriff in lane 2, but it is Baskerville who is swimming faster. 30.7 his 50 metre split. And now, with only 5 metres left to swim, it just seemed that it will be from the centre. Lane 5, Oliver Baskerville of Hatfield goes 2 minutes, 0.38, and we're edging ever closer to the 2 minute barrier. 2:03.5 was Baskerville's PB, so he's just taken 3 seconds off his previous lifetime best. Zach Sheriff goes 2:01.0 to finish in second place. That again, a 3-second PB from the 17-year-old from Wickham. That result's official and on the screen. Still 4 more hot heats to bring you, and we're already at the 2 minute mark.
Chasing down a sub 2 minute time after that last heat, very quick last heat. This is heat number 8, Oliver Cunningham in lane 0 for Loughborough University, Joe Jennings for Leander in lane 1, Stan Sawyer in lane 2 for York City Baths, in lane 3 Henry Norman for Bromley, in lane 4 Sam Adams for Hackney Anaconda, lane 5 Toby Nakamura Drew, who is the first to turn at 50 metres, 27.31 the split time. He's swimming for Plymouth College. Benjamin Tynham in lane 6 of the University of Surrey. City of Sheffield's Matthew Money in lane 7. In lane 8, Ben Harrison for City of Sheffield. And in lane 9, Jonathan Ireland for Maidenhead. So it is a 2.83, or 2 minutes, 0.83 I should say. The time to look for. Nakamura Drew 57.62 seconds, fastest so far at the halfway stage. And Ben Harrison wants to watch here as well. His seeding time is a 2:03 PB of 158.24, so can go under 2 minutes. Collection of medals for the 25-year-old swimmer as well. But this is all about getting into the final, and look at those times. The top 7 all in a 1:29, less than a second between the fastest 7 with 50 metres left to go. Still those Sentinel 2 who are doing well though. Ben Harrison, as we said, is one to watch and looks to be trying to push on. But it looks to be Nakamura Drew, who is going to be first, and he is indeed. Toby holds on, and we do go under 2 minutes as well. 1:59.69 seconds for Toby. Nakamura Drew in first. Ben Harrison behind by just 3/100ths of a second, incredibly close. And Sam Adams, third fastest finisher in Heat 8 with a 2 minutes, 0.12. All three of them beating that previous fastest time. Official results up on the screen. We are under 2 minutes as we head into Heat 9.
cyclical heats are go in the open male 200 metres backstroke. This and then 2 more heats to bring you. Jake France of the Union Stirling is in 0. Nathan Gerds for Plymouth College in 1. Finley Pope of Stockport Metro in 2. Toby Godstall for Bath Performance Centre in 3. Jack Skerry also of Bath Performance Centre in 4. Oscar Barlow from Swansea Unis in 5. Isaac Thompson of Mount Kelly in 6. Aidan Orpin for Sutton and Cheam in 7. Benjamin Cross for the City of Sheffield in 8. And Monty Smith for Wickham District is in lane 9. $100-metre turn for Jack Skerry of Bath Performance Centre, and Skerry going very nicely indeed here. $124.55 for the Bath Performance Centre athlete. It's only just racing at the European Short Course Championships in Lublin. Last couple of strokes for Skerry as he finishes here in a 1:55.92, comfortably into the fastest position. Aidan Orpin, a 1:57.79, puts him second, and Toby Godstall, a 1:58.1, is in third. 6 swimmers at the 10 drop underneath 2 minutes. Go under 2, and I think you're pretty much guaranteed a place in the final, definitely if you're a junior. Remember, there are those extra 10 places available for swimmers aged 17 and under to qualify for finals. Still waiting on confirming that result as official. Again, currently Skerry in first, and confirmed now Skerry in first. Orpin second, Godstall in third. 1:55.92 the winning time, and the time to beat for lane 4 in the final. This is Heat 10.
Penultimate heat of the open male 200 metre backstroke. Will Sellers in lane 0 for University of Surrey. Reese Heller in lane 1 for Stockport Metro. Loughborough University's Harrison Homans in lane 2. Daniel Ransom in lane 3 for City of Leeds. Luke Greenback, of course, Olympic medalist. Back in Tokyo in lane 4 for Loughborough Performance Centre. Charlie Broom in lane 5 for Leeds University. Austin Manley in lane 6 for Repton Swimming. Ganesh Chakraborty in lane 7 for Hamilton. Dominic Simpson in 8 for Loughborough University Swimming. And Archie Hawkins for Planet in lane number 9. And it was Greenbank who was first to turn at 50 metres, early stage. Jack Skerry's 1:55.92, the time to beat. 30 places across the 3 finals. Greenbank swimming very well, 29.16 the split time for those 50 metres, a 55.80 so far. He's a second and a half of Charlie Broom in second. You can see that in the pool, almost 5 metres between the two of them now. Greenbank will come in with 50 metres left to go. Time 1:24.84 seconds. His 50-metre split time, almost a second quicker than anybody else. Aaron Herman's doing very well now, up into second for Loughborough University. Charlie Broom down into third for Leeds University. But Luke Greenbank about to come home in a brilliant time. Has done what he needs to do to try and get into the finals later. 153.34 seconds. That takes another 2.6 seconds off of our fastest time. Harrison Herman's in second with a 157.38. About a quarter of a second ahead of Charlie Broom, who finishes in third. But Luke Greenbank will now set the time. But our final 10 swimmers will be reaching for. We will wait for the confirmation to know what that marker will be. Some fast sea times and PBs for the 10 swimmers in our final heat as well. It's going to be competitive. And that is now confirmed. Luke Greenbank, 153.34 seconds. Let's find out what our swimmers can do in heat 11.
Heat 11 of the Open Male 200 metres backstroke. This is the last heat we will see this afternoon. Finley Caudle goes in lane 0 for Repton. Xander Tovey of Millfields in 1. It's Jamie Gray of the Uni Bath in 2. Hubert Gdeniak of the Uni Bath in 3. Cam Brooker for Bath Performance Centre in 4. Evan Jones of Manchester Performance Centre in 5. Finn Broekhoven for Loughborough Uni in 6. Archie Evans for the Uni Bath in 7. Joseph Box for the City of Birmingham in 8. And Jack Arnold for Mount Kelly is in lane 9. Cam Brooker comfortably in the lead. The best time we've seen so far was Greenbank in the previous heat, 153 point. We know that Luke can go a little bit faster than that. He was around the 150 mark last week. Brooker has a lifetime best of 151.0. Fastest he's gone so far this year is a 152.6. Final few strokes for Cam Brooker of Bath Performance Centre. Touches there in 153.33. Well, it's going to be very tight then between him and Luke Greenbank. In fact, exactly 1/100th of a second will separate Cam Brooker from Luke Greenbank. It will be Cam in lane 4 tonight and Luke Greenbank in lane 5, with only 1/100th between them. Evan Jones won a 155.0 to finish second. Hubert Gdeniak a 156.3. That is the 200 metre backstroke heats completed. Next up, the Open Male 100 metres individual medley. 13 heats of this to bring you. We start with Heat 1.
So as Matthew said, 13 heats in total for our open male 100-metre individual medley. This is the first of the 13. Maxwell Hosier in lane 3 for Hoddesdon. Alistair Gironella for Britain Amphibians in lane 4. Joseph Hoddesdon for Worcester in 5. And Danilo Kravchenko for Newhall School Swim Club in lane 6. And it is Danilo who is ahead of the rest. Very close between them though. 3/4 of a second between the four. The short version of the I Am here, 25 metres of each of the 4 strokes. And already it is the freestyle back home. 5 metres left to go for our swimmers, and it will be Joseph Agustin who sets the first time. He's under a minute as well, 59.65 seconds, a PB. By a couple of seconds for the Worcester swimmer. That will kick things off for us. That's heat 1 done. On to heat 2.
Second heat, the open male 100 metres medley. It's Sanders in 0 with Whiteley in 1, Aldabak in 2, Hems-Gilson's in 3, Chan is in 4, Wilson in 5, Tutel in 6, Panovich in 7, Farrar in 8, and Dowding is in lane 9. It's Oliver Tutel of Bridlington, age 16, who turns in first place. As we're well into the freestyle portion of this race, it's now lane 2 clearly in the lead. Mir Aldabak of Stockport Metro goes 1:01, thrashing his 1:01.7 PB. So that's a new lifetime best by 1.69 of a second to be precise. Owen Wilson finishes in second place. 1:0.67, and Panovich 1:0.69 is enough for third. Only 2 100s between them. Official results there for heat 2. This is heat 3.
And away they go for heat number 3. Lane 0 is David Garucci for Hamilton. In lane 1, Alexander Alexandrov for London Borough of Hounslow. Elliot Davies swimming in lane 2 for East Grinstead. Abingdon's Jiang Yang in 3. Edward Henwood for Wandsworth in lane 4. Joshua Chorita in 5 for Repton. Logan Warburton in lane 6 for Preston. In lane 7, Millfield's Riley Barber. In lane 8 is Finley Wood for City of Milton Keynes. And in lane 9, Finley German for City of Cambridge. And it is Joshua Chorita in lane 5 who is the fastest to 50. 27.02 seconds. Fastest to 75 as well. Has the edge as they come down the pool the final time. In the freestyle, looks to be unbeatable into the final 5 metres. At least a metre ahead of the rest. Chorita 59.39 seconds. Edward Henwood in second with a 60.40. And Elliot Davies rounds out with a 60.67 seconds. We rate the official times. Chorita at the moment on my screen with a 59.39. And that is now officially the fastest time in heat 3. Time for heat 4.
Heat 4, the open male 100 metres medley. It's Hill in 0 with Brain in 1, Burkill in 2, Molnar's in 3, Mares in 4, 5 is Farnan, Donnelly in 6, Drayson in 7, Bartoletti in 8, and Smith is in lane 9. Ernest Hill of Reeds in lane 0 turns in first place at the 50 metre mark. 26.51 to Tobias Brain's 27.39. Lanes 0 and 1 leading through the first 50. They won't be into the final 25 metres. That is now lane 2. Joshua Burkill of Millfield. It is absolutely going to be Josh Burkill who finishes in first, 59.42, and dips underneath the minute mark. That's his first time ever underneath 1 minute and 100 IM. Previously, he'd gone on 1:01.1, so nearly 2 full seconds taken off his PB. Tobias Brain finishes second, and Martin Molnar in the top 3. This is Heat 5.
All 10 of our swimmers away. Athral in lane 0, Hitchens in 1, Greenslade in 2, Jury in 3, Brunner in lane 4, West in lane 5, Bale in 6, Parker in 7, Tavares in 8, and Moratoglu in lane 9. Already the backstroke is done. Joshua Parker leads the way, 26.51 seconds. A good lead there. 1.22 ahead of Lucas Tavares in the lane next door to him. The Braintree and Bocking swimmer has the edge, but Caden Hitchens in lane 1 also going well through the breaststroke, and those two turn pretty much neck and neck. Hitchens and Parker have the advantage into the freestyle. But who will come home first, and what will their times be? I think it will be Joshua Parker. It is 58.76 seconds. Ahead by 55 hundredths from Caden Hitchens in second, Baras Moratoglu in third. And it is confirmed, Joshua Parker, top of the tree, 58.76. We move on to Heat 6.
Sam Barilka is in 0 with Elliot Hughes in 1, Ryan Love is in 2, Benjamin Roberts in 3, Harrison Galloway goes in 4, Charlie Stevenson in 5, it's Lucas Lovell in 6, Conor McCullen in 7, Robert Shipley in 8, and Adam Maref is in lane 9. It is Harrison Galloway for the City of Bristol who leads 26.60 at halfway. Elliot Hughes of Trafford Metro in lane 1 is second. This is the final turn, and Ben Roberts of Grantham going from strength to strength there in lane 3. It will be Roberts here. 59.85 is his previous lifetime best. He goes 57.37 this morning. Fantastic effort from the 16-year-old from Grantham. 57.37 is an excellent time. Robert Shipley of Middlesbrough goes 58.98 to finish second. Lucas Lovell 59.16 but 57.37. Excellent effort, and that goes to the top of the overall table. This is Heat 7.
Heat 7 of 13, the first heat where all of our swimmers qualifying in under a minute. These times are tumbling. Lucas Hartley in lane 0, Frederick Beasley in 1, Thomas Williams in 2, Andrew Hunter in lane 3, Malachi Woods in lane 4, in lane 5 is William Viney, in lane 6, Harry Taylor, in lane 7, Dimitrios Konias, in lane 8 is Finn Arnold, and in lane 9, Henry Guppy. And it's Lucas Hartley in lane 0, who is the fastest of 50, 26.15. Half a second exactly between our fastest 5 at the halfway stage. The medley always keeping us pressing and guessing as we go through the strokes. Lucas Hartley and Frederick Beasley down in lane 0 and 1, both of them turning pretty much neck and neck. It's all about who can sprint to the end again. 57.37, our fastest time so far. And it's going to be beaten only just by Lucas Hartley. He managed to lead from the off. 57.31 seconds, goes into the lead by 600ths. Frederick Beasley, 57.44, very competitive time. Malachi Woods, 57.73. Those results now official. We move to Heat 8.
Heat 8 of 13 of the Open Male 100 metres medley. It's Alfie Owen in 0 with Josh Clark in 1. Hao Shi is in 2. Alessandro Di Nofrio goes in 3. Adam Bradley's in 4. Raheel Mahmood in 5. Elliot Dunnett's in 6. Jacob Ray in 7. Roman Levchenko goes in 8. And Jaden Leo is in lane 9. Best of the bunch so far is still Lucas Hartley from the Uni of Birmingham in the previous heat. Let's see if there can be any advance on 57.31. It is a lead from lane 7 at the moment. Jacob Ray in that bright orange hat for Basildon and Phoenix leads the way. The 18-year-old touches first in 56.52, so we do move it on again. That is now the new top time. Adam Bradley will slip in underneath. They go 1 and 2 in the overall rankings for the Open Male 100 metres medley this afternoon. Roman Levchenko, 57.54, puts him in 3rd place. So that's Jacob Ray and Adam Bradley, 1 and 2. Only 0.3 of a second between them. This is Heat 9.
Nine of the 10 lanes with swimmers in for heat number 9. Harrison Shaw in lane 0. Jeremiah Carnegie in 1. Ronnie Edwards in lane 2. In lane 3 is Edward Ormsby. Lane 4, Cameron McQuaid. In lane 5, Simon Chapman. In lane 6, Sean Smith. Harry Robinson in lane 7. And then we skip to lane 9 where Oscar Hodgson is swimming. Ronnie Edwards ahead of the rest, 25.94 seconds. Sean Smith just behind by 21 hundredths. Harrison Shaw in 3rd, but there's always so close between them. Already 25 metres left to go, 5 of them turning pretty much neck and neck. It's going to be the sprint back to the line. 56.52, the fastest time at this moment. 4 more heats to go after this one. 57.03 will be the fastest time for Heat 9. Sean Smith is the swimmer. Edward Ormsby in 2nd, Cameron McQuaid in 3rd. And 57.03, the 3rd fastest time so far. That now confirmed. We move to Heat 10.
Heat 10 of the open male 100 meters medley. Michael Gruchev in 0, Reese Dodds in 1, Mantas Kaspidis goes in 2, Ethan Soffit-Moss in 3, 4 is Joe Jennings, in 5 it's Sam Rose, 6 is Amon Dejridi, 7 is Oliver Winter, and 9 is Fabian Brudnicki. Mantas Kaspidis of Mount Kelly, aged 18, turns in first place, 24.52. He is 91/100ths ahead of Joe Jennings of Leander, who turns in second place in the centre and continues to be Kaspidis swimming well. Final few strokes, absolutely going to come from lane 2 here. Mantas Kaspidis goes 55.97. That is a new lifetime best by, wow, more than 2 seconds. Reese Dodd goes 56.91 to finish second. And Joe Jennings at 57.03 puts him in the top 3. Well, coming into this, I would have said a 57 would put you comfortably in a final. I'm not sure, given the performances we've seen so far, that will be the case. This is Heat 11.
Away we go once again. Rowan Sheriff in lane 0. Ben Harrison in lane 1. Leon Taylor in 2. Zachary Dowell in 3. Luke Ibsen in 4. Harry Robinson in 5. Wilfred Lee in lane 6. Dominic Poling in 8. And Aidan Simons-Brown in 9. As Matthew said, the times are falling very quickly and a lot quicker than we expected. Pressure on for these swimmers in the last few heats. Aidan Simons-Brown first at 50, 24.63 seconds. Ahead of Zachary Dowell by just 1/100th of a second, and those two neck and neck at 75 metres as well. 55.97 the time to beat. And we are going to be under that as well. Luke Ibsen, 54.61 seconds. What a time. 6/10 ahead of Dominic Poling in second. Zachary Dowell in third, 55.35. But 54.61 becomes the new benchmark. Official results. Here we go to Heat 12.
Penultimate heat of the afternoon, with the exception of the distance events that are to come in that middle session. Sky Sharples goes in lane 1. In 2, it's Daniel Jackson. 3 is Simon Robson. Alex Casey goes in 4. Harry Robinson's in 5. It's Noah Wheeler in 6. Ben Zlav goes in 7. Jamie Stedman's in 8. And Matthew Evans is in lane 9. Alex Casey goes at 24.66 to turn in first place at halfway. A full second ahead of Harry Robinson in lane 5. 54.61, the time to beat if you want a centre lane in tonight's 100 metres medley final. Last 10 metres, clearly going to be Alex Casey. It is just him against the clock here as Harry Robinson tries to draw level on the freestyle. 53.93 is now the fastest time we've seen so far this afternoon. Harry Robinson went 54.79, came within a second of catching him. Simon Robson at 55.55. Those top 3 will be through to the final, almost certainly. One more heat to bring you then. This is Heat 13.
The final heat of the 13 then. Time to find out our finalists for this evening. Lane 0, Patrick Shishina. In lane 1, Austin Manley. In lane 2, Oliver Watts. In lane 3, Daniel Ransom. In lane 4, Joe Litchfield. In lane 5, Aaron Bissett. In lane 6, Nathan Holmes. In lane 7, Matthew Aldred. In lane 8, we have Jodescu Spires. And in lane 9 is Oliver Murray. Joe Litchfield, the fastest out the gate, 24.03. Unsurprising, Joe the fastest coming into this one on paper. But he's not going to be the fastest to finish. It's going to be Aaron Bissett who finishes first, 53.45 seconds. That is the fastest time. Daniel Ransom in second, 54.39. 53.45 will be our fastest time, and as those results are official, Matthew, I believe we've got another record gone as well.
Yeah, we have. Just there in lane 1, Austin Manley has just set a brand new British junior short course record in the 100 metres individual medley. Congratulations, Austin. Well done. And that is the end of one very exciting session of swimming for short. We have more to come though. There are some heats starting from 2:30. Warm-up is open from 1:30, which is in just 15 minutes time. A massive thank you to our officials. You're free to leave the poolside. We'll see you a little bit later. The 800 freestyle heats begin at 2:30. We'll see you then. Thanks very much, everyone.